calm. I am relaxed. I am zen. I am not freaking out on the inside.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna get these.
Freaking out on the outside.
I'm gonna get these out, and then we're gonna be good to go here.
There we go. A post. A post. Wrong one. And a post.
Yep, I posted the wrong one again.
This is going so well already. I love it.
That it is. The scuff makes it better. It's a canon event.
Oh, this is like we've already reached the kind of quality I try to aim.
YandereTotodile said we live now with.
Oh
And
god.
it's not scuffed, it's not human enough.
I accidentally turned on text to speech on Discord. So
Oh dear.
it just read out my entire link I posted.
I don't appear to be on the... Oh, there we go. Oh, that was a great image of me to appear on screen there.
Yeah.
Still frame.
This is the greatness that is Discord
I love
messing up the camera.
I love
God.
it.
Can I...
We'll close that. Close that.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I am so bad at posting self-promo links.
Self-promotion is the hardest thing, mate. I remember one time at uni there was like an actual lesson where it was like, oh hey, write up a couple of things for you to sell yourself as. And I think like we had like 15-20 minutes to write it, and I just sat there just being like, I can't think of anything good or worthwhile.
Oh, I definitely feel that.
It was.
Hey, thank you for the follow, person. Let me see who did that.
Oh,
ZZ152, thank you for the follow.
thank you, ZZ152, whoever you are. Watch as I glitch in and out of the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, I've been having tech issues with Discord doing these interviews. It doesn't
Technology, man.
Mm-hmm. It's weird because one person it worked perfectly for when I was testing it out. Everyone else it's been messing up.
Love it. Love
Right.
it. Where can I move this so I can see the chat if there's anyone in there? Is there anybody out there?
Okay.
Can anybody hear us?
That final scuffing is finally done.
Hooray!
Now we can actually watch you and not have
Hooray!
you phasing in and out of reality.
Oh, but that's what I do best. I love not existing for a couple of seconds.
Don't we all? So yeah, if you want to kind of introduce yourself, that would be good.
Do I have to?
Yes.
No, hey, hi, hello everyone. I'm Michael Crewe from Crewe on the Sofa. You might already know that. If you don't, then... Well, now you do, so...
I was hoping you'd do the
Your
intro.
life is now ever so slightly worse.
Oh.
What about, I am relatively sort of kind of known on the interwebs for being that one guy who continually gets things wrong about Higurashi and makes incredibly long-winded and very stupid videos about it. And I'm on a break. I'm on a hiatus break because life is hard and
That it
strange. Strange and hard. Don't say the other thing, word. But no, I've done that for like, I did this thing called the Higurashi Retrospectives for about 6 years, which was very taxing on the soul, as Higurashi always is. I did a couple Doctor Who related top 10 lists, one of which did a lot better than I ever thought it would. That goes for all the videos, honestly. I also one time did a Yu-Gi-Oh! Review of the Bonds Beyond Time movie. So that was a thing. This is exactly what I meant before when I'm bad at selling myself. I'm also, if you've ever seen Higurashi Abridged by Studio Weeb 07, I am the voice of everyone's favorite shitlord, Keiichi Maibara, whose name I got wrong for so many years.
Gotta love those Japanese pronunciations.
Hooray! But I can now say Saiguden, so that's something.
Progress.
Hooray! I'm learning. Um, drawing a blank. Yes, that's it. That's me. What about you? Who the fuck are you of a person on the screen?
This is the first time someone's asked me to introduce myself, and I was thinking of it as well. For people that don't know me and they're here from Crew's fan base, I'm YandereTotodile, and I am a visual novel streamer on Twitch. I'm eventually going to be posting to YouTube as well.
Ooh, spicy.
Oh yeah, when I get that School Days review going, it's going to be hitting hard.
Oh God, no!
I love School Days. Unironically,
Are you doing the series or the game?
I'll be doing. I want to read the source material first, and I'll do the VN on stream somehow without getting banned.
Well, because I remember literally well over a decade ago, Moscow X did a playthrough of School Days, and he was like, I am focusing on getting the best ending.
Right. You gotta get the worst ones. Those are the fun parts. But yeah, I stream. Higurashi is a big part of my channel. Currently I'm streaming. Well, currently just Higurashi, but I've also done White Album 2, Clan Ad. I've done Doki Doki Literature Club, and I plan to revisit that sometime.
Boy.
What else? I am also in the Abridged series. That would be important to note. I am
Holy fuck.
I am Rena's dad.
I legitimately didn't know that was you until like a day after the episode premiered, and I was like, "It's the boy."
Yes, the boy is in.
The boy is in there.
The guy that's.
Boy, I can't wait for you to get the shit kicked out of you in the.
I was telling Corvid about that last interview. I was excited for that part.
Of course, because he's Tepe, isn't he?
He is Tepe.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
I guess that's it.
That's it. That's it. Stream's over, guys. Thanks for coming.
So obviously you mentioned Doctor Who. What other franchises are you interested in other than Higurashi?
Oh God. I like the word that Hunter used on his stream, where it was like multi-fandom. I dip my toes in a lot of different pools. Sure. If the hat didn't give it away, I like Indiana Jones, so I'm very excited for the new movie, which I have not seen yet.
I forgot that's this week.
It's already come out over here, mate.
Oh. Well.
Yeah. And I haven't seen it yet because life. I like the MCU. I like the DC animated universe. I've been watching a lot of Star Trek clips recently, actually. Sort of getting back into that a little bit. I know maybe far too much about like the Yu-Gi-Oh world, like in the anime world. Because I've been doing a Yu-Gi-Oh! D&D, which has been something to say the least. Community is my favorite comedy. I'm literally looking around to try and get inspiration.
I feel
remember
that.
what I like. Lego's pretty big. That's been a big part of my life. I actually speaking of Indiana Jones, I literally just picked up a couple of sets the other day.
I had the old the Shanghai set from Temple of Doom.
Oh, I got 2 of those.
Oh shit!
Hell yeah, boy. But they're up in the attic. So, no, mate, as soon as they announced the new, like, Lego range, I was like, I have waited 14 years for this! Gimme! But then when I went to, like, shops and that, they just weren't in there, because I think they've been out since, like April 1st or something. So the other day I was just like, I'm just gonna bite the bullet and buy them online. So that's how. Well, yeah, I got that one, which was the Crusade with the plane and the car bit from Last Crusade. Then I've also got Escape from the Lost Tomb, which has the first official minifigure of Salah, played by John Rhys Davies. The most Welsh Egyptian you will ever meet in your life.
Oh my god, right?
I love him. He's my favourite.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to think if there's anything else. Messy room, inspire me. It's not replying. Yeah, there's so much. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Probably a lot more than I can remember at the minute. Because my brain is hot garbage.
Mm-hmm.
I like anime. That's probably a thing that's worth saying. I'm actually taken like a small break because I just haven't found, particularly in this last season, I haven't found anything that's like really jumped out to me.
Right.
So I've been rewatching a couple. Well, I rewatched Love Is War because it's the best thing ever. And then I rewatched the first season of My Hero Academia recently, and then I've just taken like an unintentional short break. I need to get back in the mindset and the groove to watch stuff.
Yeah, I recently just finished all of Major, which is a baseball anime.
All right.
And for like a month, I had like 5 episodes left of this 207 episode series. I just kept like putting it off. I'm like, I'll watch it next time. I finally finished it.
Oh, well, that's good. That's me with My Hero at the minute, because it's like, I like the rest of the series, but for me, the first season's like the best one. And I do like the tournament arc, but I just haven't got around to watching it again yet. I did like the last season though, season 6. That was pretty good.
Right. Trying to think. Yeah, I haven't watched much.
Power Rangers. Fuck me! I completely forgot about that.
I was going to mention that because I have a question specifically relating to it.
Yeah.
As you can see in the background, I too.
I know. So is that like? Is that the helmet, or is that like? Because I know you can get like a DVD case.
It's
where,
it's a helmet. I can actually take it off the stand and like put it on.
Dude.
I'll do it. Oh, fuck it.
I've got to wait. I'm on the 20-second delay seeing your footage. Going over. He's taking the helmet.
I won't be able to hear you because I have to like take my headset off for it, but it does not
say
fit
so
me,
many
way,
rude words to get
for,
in
like,
the band.
Small children.
Oh wow! I am so unbelievably jealous.
Dude,
of
why
that.
am I wearing this? Ugh.
Oh, that's so cool, man. That's so cool.
Yeah, so that's
jealous.
that. Yeah, when I was first buying all my like stream setup stuff for like a couple years ago, I went to GameStop and impulsively bought every Power Rangers thing they had in stock.
That is actually I'll tell you one. So where is it? How old are you again? If you want to
23.
dox yourself, you're 23.
Mm-hmm.
So you were born in the year 2000, right?
99.
99. Fair dues. I've got the first Power Rangers morpher that I ever bought, which is from Lightspeed Rescue.
Mm-hmm.
It's got the same batteries, it's the same belt thing, and it still works.
Oh my god.
This is as old. This is as old as you. Stop.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I guess I'll just put this over here so I don't get up again.
You're being intimidated, just stared at by Kimberly's helmet. Fuck.
It was just on my knee and I didn't know what to do with it.
You've got to prop it up and use it like a puppet.
I had an idea when I was starting streaming that eventually I'd get like the Morpher 2. And I'd do like a channel plan redemption where I have to wear the helmet.
Do it. Do it. That sounds amazing.
The problem is I can't hear without the headset on. So that kind of muddles that a bit.
Yeah, that's completely fair, mate. Right. Real Power Ranger question before we get into what we're really here for. Favorite season, favorite Ranger, and favorite costume, because they can be different, I find.
So, kind of a cop-out because it was my first full season that I watched. And it was the one that I kind of grew up with. Ninja Storm's my favorite season.
Ninja Storm's really good.
It is.
I really like Ninja Storm.
It was like very kind of meta with kind of the humor in it and commentating on like tokusatsu.
I do like. Isn't there that one line where it's like, who do we know who to fight? Just hit anyone who isn't in primary colors.
Yeah, and they like even I think
like
they
that.
reference past seasons as being like comic books or something. It was on like the first episode, I think.
I literally just watched Linkara's History of the Power Rangers on it.
He put one out.
Oh yeah, like he's re-released it only like a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, I did not know that. I'll have to watch that.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, that was my favorite season.
I mean, his opinion hasn't changed that much. Not to spoil anything. Yeah, no, that's a good one. I remember. Excuse me. I remember watching that when it aired on like Saturday, Sunday mornings.
Okay.
So that's your favorite season. Favorite Ranger.
Off topic. If you hear a loud booming, that is I'm hoping fireworks.
Oh.
Because we
Let's hope so.
actually just had a shooting recently in town.
Oh.
So it's hard to tell sometimes. Yeah, that's a firework, I'm assuming. Joys of America. You never know.
This is America.
Don't
Don't catch you slipping up.
Favorite Ranger was the next question.
Favorite Ranger.
Ooh.
Well, it's not hard for me. I know who mine is. I never said what my favorite season was. My favorite season is RPM.
That's interesting. That's
So I was in my final year of well, for us it's secondary school. I guess for you it's high school.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. And at that point I was like 14, 15, hitting 16. So at that point it's like admitting to liking Power Rangers and still watching it is like, you know, like you couldn't actually admit that without getting like incredibly picked on or anything.
Exactly.
But I remember the first couple of episodes, and it comes out, and it's like this post-apocalyptic world with robots and colorful spandex and all that, and it was like, this is the best thing I've ever seen in my life. This is by default the best Power Ranger series. Just because it's so cool, and it doesn't treat the audience like idiots.
Right.
But you can't say the same for like the Neo Saban era.
Oh god. I tried watching Samurai and I can't get through it.
I haven't, and I don't intend to. I watched Megaforce. I did watch Megaforce when that aired.
Oh. Yeah. I heard Dino Charge is good, so I might already watch that.
I've heard good things of Dino Charge. I've heard what was the last one? Dino Fury?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard good things about that. I'm interested to see what they do with Cosmic Fury, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Just for using the oh, come on, what are they called again?
It's one of the Qs.
Yeah, the one where they're all constellations.
Yeah.
Whatever they're called, those ranges. I'm interested to see what they do with that. But yes, favorite ranger.
I think Billy.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I kind of relate
That's
to him
fair.
a lot as like kind of like the nerdy kid,
Hmm.
and he's a lot more than just that. And I think he was
Yeah.
he was treated very harshly offset, and
Oh yeah. If anyone who's watching doesn't know, the actor, because I can't remember his name.
David Yost.
Unfortunately,
He's also from Iowa.
David Yost. Oh.
Hell yeah, I'll dox myself that information. Most people in chat already know. I'm
Oh
from
no, he's
Iowa.
been doxxed. He. I was gonna say was. He probably still is gay. And faced a lot of homophobic. I can't think of the right words now, but he was discriminated against. Which is really sad when you consider that like he was like the only like original ranger to stick through to like Zeo.
Mm-hmm.
So he put up with like a lot over that like whole time. So it's a great wonder, and I'm so glad that he came back for the 30th anniversary that they just did.
Yeah, I still haven't seen that.
I as someone who is not the biggest Mighty Morphin fan, I liked it. I liked it. Yeah.
I do think Mighty Morphin's very, I wouldn't say overrated, but kinda.
It's of its time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's probably the best
like,
way to put it.
Yeah. Because like when you get through to like Zeo and let's forget Turbo, when you get through to like In Space and like Lost Galaxy, where the show grew up with the audience, it like it became a lot more serialized. Sort of serialized and serious, but it was still at its core a kids show, and that's really what Power Rangers needs to be. You can still be serious and tell very very dark stories, but it can still be a kids show, and that's something that the Neo Saban era kind of forgot. It felt like it regressed back to that Mighty Morphin day.
It had that kind of Schneider's Bakery kind of feel because it was also Nick. That would be like
Schneider's Bakery.
That's the company behind like Drake and Josh and iCarly.
Right. Okay. Yes, I see. Oh, I see what you mean now. Yeah, like
Very kiddie humor that doesn't
Mm.
fit in well.
That's fair. Yeah. It's probably why I really like RPM so much, because it's still fundamentally a kids show, but it's also again post-apocalyptic world where like there's only one city left, and like everyone's fucked if the thing like gets taken over, you know.
It's Terminator meets Power Rangers.
Yeah, and it's so good. And it's got a Scottish Power Ranger, so you know the
That
Scottish
classic-
side of my ancestry is like, yay, Krakatoa and all that.
That classic GIF that everyone posts about.
Oh, I love
I'm
that bit
Scottish.
so much. I'm Scottish.
What was the next question? Because his favorite ranger.
It was,
Did you answer yours
It was
for that?
favorite ranger. I didn't. My favorite ranger is actually my first Red Ranger, which is Carter Grayson, Lightspeed Rescue. He's just like character-wise, he doesn't have an arc, but he's just he's just a good leader, and like his first instinct is to help people. He, in any given situation, he's going to run into a fight blasters going off. He's got to uppercut. He's got to uppercut a monster just for the hell of it.
Right.
And he's a hero. He's a straight up hero. And that to me is really cool and a good thing, like a good little. He's Captain America. He's the Captain America of Power Rangers. That's what he is.
That is a good way to put that.
And he also basically became Nick Fury for Time Force and Wild Force, where he turns up in the friggin' Jeep and it's just like, "Hi, Carter Grayson, Lightspeed Rescue. We got a thing going on. Team up." Literally the best thing. I remember when I first saw Forever Red, and literally the Jeep pulls up, and I'm just going.
I had that on VHS because I used to watch all the other seasons before Ninja Storm. So yeah, that was kind of nice seeing like Tommy, as overrated of a ranger he was and overmarketed.
Yeah.
He was still kind of cool.
He has his moments. I preferred him as the professor mentor role that we got in Dino Thunder.
Dino Thunder is my second favorite season.
Dino Thunder is a great season.
It's amazing.
Love Dino Thunder. That's probably my second favorite when I think about it. But yes, favorite ranger.
What was the next one? Was it outfit?
It was favorite ranger suit. I'll even include Sentai for this because there are some good Sentai exclusive suits.
I'm gonna cop out again, and I'm gonna go with Ninja Storm. Specific.
That's fair. It is a good suit.
And to be more specific, I like the samurai hurricane suit.
Mm. The samurai suit's really good. I really like the two thunder suits actually.
Those ones are cool, but I think that there's just too much going on with the shoulder pads.
That's fair.
That's ironic because I like the samurai suit, which has the giant shoulder pad over it.
Yeah, but he does the thing where he takes it off and then spins his helmet around somehow.
Oh god. I wasn't a fan of that.
Don't forget the ancient ninja electric guitar.
That is also a baseball bat.
That's also a baseball bat. Is that why you like him?
Okay. I didn't think about that until now. I do like the Thunder Ranger helmets that with the kind of Kabuto helmet markings.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, even their Zords are really good.
Mm-hmm. It feels like a very
actually, yeah.
It's a very Japanese season. Without it being
and yet they adapted
in Japan.
it like really well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I really like, for suits, I absolutely adore, no matter how bad the season is, and it is a bad season, I really like what we know as the Super Mega Force suits, but I like to call the Gokaiger suits, because Gokaiger is amazing, and that's not a controversial opinion.
Mm-hmm. I do like those suits. Those are kind of cool.
They're so good. I love them. I mean, like, I really like pirates. Like, in the whole argument of ninjas versus pirates, I'm Team Pirate. I suppose you're Team Ninja, going from everything.
Japan has played a very big part of my fandom interests.
That is fair. That is fair.
I've got Karate Kid fucking referenced in the background. I've got all my Power Rangers stuff.
You know, I've been trying to figure out what that poster was for the longest time, and I was like, they look like the Karate Kid stuff, but I couldn't put my finger on it.
Technically, it is Cobra Kai, but it's the same thing.
Yeah, same universe.
What else from Japan? Anime, obviously. I love Gojira. I don't have much to represent back here aside from like some random model kit I haven't put together.
All right. I need to actually sit down and watch the. I can't remember which era it is, but I think it's the one that started in like '84.
Hey, Sam.
Because I watched Cinemassacre a couple of years back did a Godzilla marathon,
Mm-hmm.
and he was talking about all the Godzilla movies, and I really like what I saw of like that era of Godzilla, even though like every film's like a sequel to the original one, which is
Yeah.
weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes.
Ironic.
But yeah.
Eh.
I have seen the 2014 movie actually. I have seen that one.
That one's okay. I think it's a little
Yeah.
too much less Godzilla.
Yeah,
Um,
that's fair.
but ironic you mentioned Cinemassacre. That's another question I have later.
Oh dear.
But yeah, the 80s and early 90s series is Heisei. And those ones are like really good.
They do look really good. Again, from what I've seen of them.
Yeah, they're not the super cheesy kind of Godzilla movies like Godzilla vs Megalon.
I'm not against the cheesy ones either.
I'm
It's
not
just
either.
like those, like I think it was like shots and just like little sequences just really intrigued because I think again bringing it back to Power Rangers, we're gonna really annoy the audience with this. It like it really reminded me of like the Zord battles.
Right.
There's a particular shot I think from the one where they bring in metal like Mecha Ghidorah, and it's got like a claw or something.
Yes, Mecha King Ghidorah in Godzilla vs
Yes,
King
that.
Ghidorah, 1991.
And the shot, like they've got the camera mounted on the claw, and it like goes forward and like clumps. It clumps onto Godzilla. That's a word. And I really like that shot. So I kind of want to see it more from like a film perspective, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. I'm good with words.
Same. Back to Godzilla. My favorite movie from that series, specifically, I don't know. I'm saying way too much. What I'm trying to say is my favorite Godzilla movie is Godzilla vs. Biollante. It's a Heisei one. It was the last one they did.
That's the one where it's like a giant sludge monster, isn't it? Is it that one?
There's two that are like that. There's Godzilla vs.
Because
Hedorah, which
sorry,
is
go ahead.
the giant poop-looking one from the 70s that was definitely made on LSD. Biollante is the one where, yeah, it's a giant sludge monster, but it's a plant. And it's got like a crocodile mouth.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about now because it actually goes it closes around Godzilla, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it like eats him.
Yeah.
It,
I know.
it
the
like
one
starts
you mean,
off as like a rose and then turns into the evolved Godzilla.
Godzilla Digivolve to slightly bigger Godzilla.
Plantzilla.
Plantzilla. Greenzilla.
We've spent half an hour talking about everything
Yep.
but Higurashi.
Look, they should know what, like, the audience should know what they've gotten themselves into. This is just gonna be a big rambly. We're gonna be here for 5 hours, mate. We're
Oh my
gonna be
God.
here for 5 hours.
Oh, because
Just rambling about all kinds of dumb shit.
I think Hunter's was like 3 or 3.5 hours. I knew this one was going to be
I
longer.
know what I need to beat then. I need to be here the longest. I want to win. It's not a competition. I want to win.
We'll make it one. I guess we'll go into question 3.
Hooray! Question 3.
So how long have you been in the Higurashi fandom? Or I guess just known the
It's very hard to
series.
say. Well, because I've watched the series since like December of 2012. But I wouldn't say I really got into the fandom side of things until Go actually came about, because from because I don't go on Reddit. I don't really like look up all these things because I'm old. But and I'm sure I've said this before. Before doing the retrospectives, I'd only ever met like 2-3 people who had known what Higurashi was, and even then only had like the briefest amount of time to actually talk about it. There was the one I always remember is like the induction week at university. They had like some third years coming to like to try and get us to mingle, basically. And I was talking to one of the guys, and we were talking about anime, whatever. And I think I said something along the lines of, "I've more or less recently gotten into this obscure anime called Higurashi," and his face just sort of went like that, and I went, "Oh." Like that.
Another.
And I kid you not, we like jumped into the air and just embraced each other. and like everyone else just going, "What the fuck?" And I cannot remember what we talked about, but like we must have talked for like a good half hour, because I'd never met anyone else who didn't already know about it.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like, there's someone else.
Right.
I'm not weird. Wait. And then there was another time in I was buying one of the volumes of the manga that had just come out, and the guy at the shop was like, it's got a good ending," and I'm like, "Oh." Again, I got very excited.
Another one.
Whenever I met someone, when I met another human being who had seen it. God only knows what's gonna happen when I actually meet Drew eventually. It's just gonna be like,
God.
he's a real person. I haven't made them up. They're not just people on the internet.
I've been thinking about this since the Drew interview. I was like, oh my god, it would be so cool to plan like a Studio Weeb meeting in like Shirakawa or something in the future.
Oh my god, imagine that. That would be. Have you seen the like the videos that were done during the cotton drifting, where like a bunch of people turned up in costume?
Yes, I saw them, and they're like drifting the cotton.
That must be like. It's gonna sound really weird because they're just taking bits of cotton and sticking in the river, but that must be so cool, you know?
Because like the anime makes it so much of like a big deal, and they're like these big balls of cotton, and you watch the video and it's this tiny cotton ball being put in this creek.
I've always wondered what the locals of Shirakawa actually like think of the series, because on the one hand I'm just like, oh yeah, it's a good thing. People are learning about our village, or at least a version of it. They're because the place is like a
it's
natural
it's a UNESCO site.
Yeah, so like it'd be like, oh, it's cool. People will actually come and visit. But then they're also going to be like, oh hey, this is the town where all those kids got murdered, and it's like, no, that's not, no.
Right. Yeah, there's like a gift shop that like sells a ton of like their own Higurashi merch. Mm-hmm.
No way! Oh, yeah. That's really cool.
There's shirts that I've seen people buying from there, and they're specifically marked as Shirakawa Go, and it has like the logo for Higurashi. It's got a character on each shirt.
So cool.
I want them, but I don't know how to get them without knowing someone that can go to Shirakawa. The Shion shirt especially is one that I really want.
I'm not surprised.
Oh. You already know I'm wearing the Mion shirt.
Oh, are you? Let's get a better look at it.
Oh god, there you go.
I only got, like, there was only like a brief look of it in a previous one.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. I wish I had like actual like Higurashi merch or something. Like the best I've got are the DVDs and Blu-ray, which I obviously keep like just above here. Like, so this is where I got like all the footage from for the retrospective from.
Right.
I'm not sure if this is like a rare thing in the fandom or something or whatever, but I asked my aunt to get this for me for Christmas back in like 2013, whatever, and this is where everything's come from. You're probably liking that with the freaking the Shion art there.
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
There's some art that I'm not a fan of, including the Mion and Shion.
What, you mean that one?
Yeah.
Each other.
Yeah, that's a little weird to me.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know about you, but I feel I can tell that that's like season 4 artwork.
Classic Kira.
Classic Kira.
That first episode really ruined that one's reputation.
Oh god, yeah. And like, you know what? The worst thing is that like the rest of Kira isn't actually that bad.
No, because we watched
I'll even go so far as to say that like, sure, episode 2 where it's the friggin' magical girl stuff is strange, but it's fun. It's so much fun.
I forgot to mention this in the other things we like. I love Magical Girl series. Madoka Magika's amazing.
I got the Book of Clow.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
That's beautiful.
I got this back in like 2011 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But it's got all the Clow cards and stuff.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah, man! It's even got the Hope and the Nothing.
Oh shit.
I know, right? I haven't even seen that movie.
My tea set that I'm actually drinking from is Sailor Moon themed. It's got like all the different weapons and stuff on there, the wands.
Oh no way!
It has Luna and the moon inside the cup.
Oh mate!
It's my first time using it too. I love it.
Oh, you broke out the good china.
Of course I did.
Oh.
It's a special occasion.
I wish I had something in my cup now.
Thank you for coming in, Hanyu plays. Yeah, Kira definitely is when the horny attacks.
Yeah, that is true.
But it's only for like
Even
that one
in, like,
episode.
Well, there's like a little bit in episode 3 as well, isn't there?
Which was the third one?
I suppose episode 4. Episode 3 is the one where it's
because it goes the weird horny one, the magical girl.
Episode 3 is where it's like, oh hey, all the like Rena, Shion, and Mion all sort of realize they kind of like Keiichi for some reason.
Oh.
And they and Rika and Sadako spin him around, and he has to like pick someone, and he ends up on Oreo.
Yeah, that is that one. Okay.
Yeah, I like that one. I think that's funny.
I confused that with like half of Ray.
That's fair. Because isn't there an episode in that where
it's the one with the weird charm that's in Daybreak.
The Magnetana, yeah.
Yeah.
As a Phoenix Wright fan, that's another thing I like. As a Phoenix Wright fan, I'm glad the Magnetana makes an appearance in it.
And then episode 4
I'll have to try.
Oh, no,
yeah, episode 4's the best one.
That's the one that Drew and I watched on his interview.
The best episode.
That is the best episode.
And the one I'm looking forward to most, for multiple reasons, when we get to Abridged.
Right.
No, like, there's a reason I'm looking forward to it, but I don't know if I can actually say why. I haven't signed, like, any NDA or anything, so legally speaking, I can say whatever I like. But for the sake of spoilers, and because I don't even know if it'll even happen at this point, I don't want to say anything. But I do hope what I've been told happens.
I hope that as well, because I think Drew mentioned it in the interview.
I don't think he did. But for the sake
of we'll be safe. We don't want to.
Yeah. Let's not tempt fate here.
Let's not end up on the curse list.
For next year. Oh god. Do you want to disappear or do you want to get burned?
Do you want to die or you want to disappear? Why not both?
Why not?
It's a canon event.
It's a canon event.
But as for like Higurashi merch, I've had to resort to like Etsy for most of mine
All right.
because I have two figures which were on Amazon, and they weren't like the super expensive ones.
Okay.
And then my two shirts are from Amazon. Or no, one of them is the Rika one's from Amazon. The Mion one is Etsy. My mouse pad, which is on my Twitter, plugging my Twitter, I got from AliExpress. So I was a little worried about what would happen with it if it was not the right thing.
Yeah.
And then kind of what I've been doing on Twitter as well is showing off like different artists and people that make stuff for the series. It's like I've got like all these cute stickers someone made.
Ooh. Oh wow.
Yeah, I've been kind of neglecting posting people again because I've been waiting for one package to get here and it still has not come. But it's got more stickers from another person I've got that made the other Mion and Shion ones. I bought out like... Oh, they fell out of the package. I was so worried for a second. But I bought out like all of the rest of her Higurashi ones. And I got some Madoka ones as well. So here's like the Mion one that she did. There's a Shion like it too.
Madoka's the one where it's just like pink or something, and it's like really bloody or something, isn't it?
It's not bloody, but it's very dark and depressing.
Right. Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Love it.
People compare it to like Evangelion for what it did to like the mecha genre.
Oh.
So it's like the Evangelion of like magical girls.
Is this a bad time to admit that I've never seen Evangelion?
I haven't either.
I've been meaning to. I just haven't got around to it yet.
I need to also, but
Well, I'm actually making my way through JoJo at the minute for the first time.
I've got like 7 series that are on my currently watching that I haven't watched since I started Higurashi.
Yeah, that happens.
That series took me over.
You've been possessed.
And then
you can only watch this.
And then ever since I've like neglected everything else and just started watching other shows. Like a 207 episode series about baseball. But yeah, that's kind of where I get my merch from is Etsy. Has a lot of really cool like stickers and charms and stuff you can get. Shirts are a little expensive with shipping and fees, but they're worth it. I love this Mion one I got.
Wait for the stream to catch up so I can see it.
I haven't shown it again. But...
As we wait.
Oh, Redbubble. That's one that I found recently. That's got like cursed Higurashi merch.
Oh.
There's one that's really horrible that I've mentioned on stream. It is a 9/11 Never Forget design with the original Mion and Shion sprites. You can get it as stickers, you can get it as a hat,
What?
and you can get it as a shirt and a phone case. I have it on my Throne wish list in case someone wants to buy it, so I technically didn't buy it. They're on the list, not me.
What the shimmering fuck?
That's what I said when I was scrolling through Redbubble and found it.
What though?
I don't know.
Just why? Was Takano behind it or something? What?
Takano did it. It was her fault.
It was Takano all along.
There's that. There's like Buff, Rika, and Satoko stickers.
Oh my fucking god! What?
I posted them on Twitter. It's cursed. Oh, someone did a.
I'll have to look them up because.
They did.
Man, that Buff Zuki was enough.
They drew Lois and Peter Griffin in the Ryukishi sprite style.
Fucking what?
And it said, "Where were you on the night of the Watanagashi?"
Hey, Lois. Hey, Lois, I'm gonna drift some cotton, Lois.
I'm
Ow,
drifting the
Pete.
cotton, Lois. Hey.
Do you believe in Oyashiro?
Do you know Oyashiro-sama? Yes, Peter.
Inamizawa. What the fuck even is this stream?
This is so much fun. That is what it is. I can't remember the other cursed thing I posted, but it was cursed. Oh, I know what it was. It was a shirt with the of course all the cursed stuff is like original Ryukishi sprites.
Yeah.
And it's Rika in like the cat outfit. And like 2 more Rikas on the side, and it's got Shinzo Abe, and it says Fortnite on top.
I don't understand people. I don't understand.
Shitposting is something that I'm greatly fond of and participate in. And it's so easy to shitpost with those sprites.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, I completely understand that. I'm lost for words.
You could put any text on one of those sprites, and it's immediately like 20 times funny.
Oh yeah. I'm too old for this, man.
It's
I don't
that Gen Z
understand
humor.
what the youths mean.
It's all the Gen Z kids are finding out about Higurashi.
Oh my god. It's like that fucking Grimace milkshake thing at the minute. I
Yes.
do not understand it in the slightest.
I don't either, and
This is me just being ultra boomer, whatever generation I am, because I don't give a fuck.
Corvid jumped on that opportunity immediately.
I mean, of course he did. Of course he did.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Question 4. Favorite characters, moments, arcs, and seasons.
Favorite characters, arcs. I heard monks. I don't remember any monks in the series,
not
but okay.
monks. If you want to be tactical, Rika's a monk, kind of.
I suppose. See, now I want to see Rika with the friggin' bald spot thing. Like Friar Tuck or whatever it is.
Oh.
Favorite character. Well, I've said this many a times. Rena. It's not even a contest for me. I just think she's really cool. I just think she's neat. I really don't know what else to say. It's Rena. I feel like it's not a controversial opinion. It's the basic bitch opinion.
She's the pumpkin spice latte of Higurashi.
Yeah, you know, there's a reason she's kind of considered the mascot for 7th expansion. She's just really cool. She's appeared in there's like a version of her in some other game or something, voiced by her.
Yeah, it's
VA.
Hyperdimension Neptunia.
Sure. I'll take your word for it, because I don't know what it is.
She's got like a mecha outfit almost, and her name is Higurashi.
Yeah, it's based off the Angel Maw outfit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen that.
And her name's Higurashi, which is completely not subtle.
Yeah. I don't know. It could mean anything. Maybe her name's just Cicada. Don't question it. I mean, there's a group called Cicada in the friggin' Hitman game. Is that tied to Higurashi? I wish it was. That'd be fun.
It can be. Anything is possible in any fragment.
Exactly. Good afternoon, 47. Your target is what's her name? Mio Takano, that's it. I drew a blank for a second there, man. God. Wow. He does go to Japan, if I remember correctly.
He does.
Hokkaido, so, you know. Jeez, yeah, Renner's always been the go-to one for me. Though I will say, because of like Rika was also like second from like a character perspective. Just like as soon as you learn like all the stuff that's happening with her, she becomes the main character. Like she immediately rockets up from just being there to, oh my god, she's really cool.
Right.
And as I think I've mentioned before, because of the retrospectives, I've got a newfound appreciation for Mion, who I am a little not sad, but like I wish I had understood her like a lot earlier and appreciated her a lot more earlier, instead of having to go through that for 6 years to then be like, yeah, you know.
You do like the Sonozakis, don't you, Crewe?
I like Mion.
Yeah, we'll talk about the other.
We'll get to that nutshell in a moment.
I love them both equally. I'd say they're both my favorites, but
I should point out I was gonna say I don't hate any of them. Sotso changed that.
we'll talk about that too.
Sotso changed that. Yeah, Keiichi's never been. I've never necessarily liked or disliked Keiichi. He's always been just kind of there for me, you know.
Yeah.
Even doing like Abridged, it's not. I don't. Excuse me. I don't have like a newfound appreciation for him or anything. It's just. Yeah. He is certainly there, doing things. He's all right. I much prefer him like in the latter half of the series when he stops being an idiot, but is still kind of an idiot, but not as much of an idiot.
Right.
Like Atonement, the Massacre arc, and then Festival Accompanying, whatever it's called.
Matsuri Bayashi.
Look, you can throw all the different Japanese names at me as much as you like, mate. I don't know what they are.
Oh, I get that. It took me so long to realize, whatever Atonement's name is. I can't even remember it now.
I know one of them sounds like Mitsubishi, and Mitsubishi is a car, so I'm just like, yeah, you know, the one where they all go drag racing or whatever. My favorite arc. Where's that fragment?
It's next.
Yes! Yes!
With Higurashi Mei, anything can happen. We've had clan ad crossovers. We've had school days crossovers.
Oh, that's the like digital trading card game, isn't it? Yeah. The only one I really liked was the Haruhi Suzumiya one, because I like Haruhi Suzumiya.
Mm-hmm. You don't like the school days one?
It's like I'm indifferent. I'm aware of school days. I haven't seen it. I haven't played it. The most I've seen is the Musco X playthrough that he did like over 10 years ago. I'm aware of it. I know that like they all die in the end or whatever.
I'm just shamelessly shilling school days to everyone. Everyone's gonna be school days pilled by the end of these. When are we abridging school days next? That's what I want to know.
Oh my god, don't give them ideas.
We're already talking Madoka.
I know... In the like we've got like a private chat where we just chat shit and all that. A while back, Drew was like, "Hey, I wonder what our second abridged series would be if we end up doing school days."
School days,
fucking shit, man.
I will do school days. I'll voice everyone. I don't care.
Yeah, you know what? Do it. Do a classic abridged series where there's only one person voicing everyone. There's nothing wrong with that.
My classic Higurashi streams voicing everyone.
Yeah, do it. Hey, mate, I voice everyone in the friggin' retrospectives. It's not impossible. Anyway, sorry, the question. Favorite arc. Again, very basic bitch response. Atonement.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like, it probably helps that it's like the most recent one I've watched all the way through.
Right.
But I'd also include, and it's not an arc, but like that final episode of Kira is fantastic.
Right.
It's my favorite ending to Higurashi.
The ending that should have stayed an ending.
Oh God, don't even get me started. And then there's, I wouldn't say the whole arc, but at least two, because I think it was like 2 or 3 episodes. I think it's called the cat deceiving arc from Go.
Yeah, Neko Damashi.
Yes, where it's, I think it's specifically episodes 14 and 15, because you see how the previous loop ended. You get Hanyu, or Hanyu's remnant, whatever the hell that was, being like, haha, peace out.
Whatever it is, they don't even care.
I think it's just like a spiritual echo or something. You've got Rika going to find the sword that I do actually know the name of, but now when I'm trying to think of it, has just run away in my brain. God damn it! My brain is Swiss cheese! And then I think it's the next episode where it's the whole 5 more loops.
That episode
which is
wild.
fucking fantastic. That should have just been the whole season.
Yes, I hold that same opinion. It should have been like at least like 2 episode lengths per arc for doing each loop.
Yeah, like even like look, we could talk about Go and Sotso till the fucking cows come home, because there's so much to talk about it. Isn't that like some of the questions later on?
That
is
is
worth leaving it for then. Yeah, we'll leave that for then. But yeah, specifically those 2. And I suppose the cliffhanger ending is actually pretty good, because it's not that I didn't see it coming. I remember seeing people theorizing that it was Sadako because of the end credits, where she's like side-eyeing the audience or whatever it is.
Even the opening credits like spoiled it a bit, because she's in like the festival shrine, and she like looks evil during the opening.
Is she? I thought that was Iowa.
It's both.
Or as I like to call
Because she's
it,
like walking away from the shrine and she's like doing her tie, and it's like red, kind of the same as like Iowa's background was.
You know what? It's been so long since I watched the opening that I can't. I'm usually very good with like visualizing images from Higurashi, the anime in particular, but I can't. I'll tell you what I can visualize. I know the beginning bit where it's Keiichi and Rena and Mion and Shio, but I can't remember the rest. Oh my god. Was there anything else part of that? Part of that? Favorite moment?
Yeah.
That's a little harder to pin down, because there's good moments in every arc. I really like, and this is one of the few things of season 2 that I have seen. I really like, I'm not sure if there's like a proper term for it in the fandom or whatever, but I like to call it the final shot, where, you know, Takano's got everyone cornered,
Right.
and Hanyu comes forward and just like, yo, shoot me, man. And I really like what the anime does with it, because I've read the manga version, and I really don't like the manga version. If I'm completely honest, I much prefer how it's done in the anime. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. How does it happen in the visual novels, or do you not? Or
I haven't gotten there yet. I'm still on Mayakashi.
yeah, I'll definitely have to tune in for when you get to that bit then, because I keep meaning to ask what actually happens,
Mm-hmm.
but I just keep forgetting because it's not at, like, the forefront of my brain at the minute. No, I much prefer the not even the ambiguity of the way the anime does it. I much prefer it that Hanyu's lost all of her power. This is literally the last roll of the dice, and Takano just misses. I think that's a whole lot better than Rika, because this is what happens in the manga. Rika is somehow able to freeze time, walks on up to Hanyu, and is just like, yeah, nah, friendship mate, and then moves the bullet out the way. I'm just like,
God,
I
that's
don't
so
like
dumb.
that. It's so dumb. It's so dumb, and I was legitimately loving, like, the whole manga version of it up until then.
Watch that be
It's
what
just-
happens in the VN.
If it does, I'm gonna, like, if it does, then there's finally something we can say about the anime that's better than the visual novel. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, that's a really favorite moment of mine. Going back to that final episode of Kira, I really like the final 5 minutes of that, when they find the shrine and the throw baby Rika through the portal, and you get all the different seasons of the past and all that, because that just tugs on the heartstrings.
Right.
And again, it's the best ending. It's the best ending.
Mm-hmm.
Favorite moments. There's a, yeah, I mean,
It's
yeah,
so hard to
there's-
pick, like,
there's-
what's really a favorite or what's just, like, a really good moment that sticks with you.
Yeah, it's really hard. What are some of yours, actually?
Okay, so back to that. The whole being hard
Uno
to determine
reverse.
what's a favorite. Scenes that, like, really stuck with me and kind of kept me going through the series and, like, connecting really hard with it. The needle scene with the Ohagi.
Oh.
That one's such, like, a what the fuck moment that it scared me from eating food that I did not make myself.
Oh, Jesus. Damn, man.
Yeah. It was like
Fuck.
a few weeks where I'm just like, I can't trust food. I have to make it.
That's... Oh, boy.
There's that. A lot of Onikakashi is like a really good moment for me. It kind of builds up that horror a bit more that the series kind of initially starts you off with as what it's about.
Yeah.
Very creepy scenes. I like how the Dean anime actually does the creepiness of Rena and Mion a bit better than the VN doesn't do it well. I shouldn't say it doesn't do it well, but it's like very played down from what the anime has.
Do you think that's more of a problem with, like, the medium itself
Yeah.
rather than...
It definitely is.
Yeah, because they don't... Because the sprites don't change too much, Excuse me, they don't change too much, do they?
No,
Or do they? I genuinely don't know.
they don't. Because I've played it with like the more updated sprites, and even
Okay.
all three of the main sprite variations. The most that happens, they don't get the cat eyes. And that was my favorite part.
Yeah.
Was the cat eyes. I thought that was so creepy when I first saw it.
It's a good visual.
It is. It's a lot creepier than what the VN does. The manga does okay.
I haven't got the early bits of the early manga. I
Oh, I
started at Atonement, actually. I'm so glad they've re-released them, because as soon as
Same.
I can, I'm heading to the same bookshop where I got all the ones that I do have,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm just like, right, don't care how much it is, I'm buying all of them. give all of them to me.
But the way the VN does the sprites is like their eyes kind of go a little white towards like the outsides, and they're like kind of
Okay.
glowy a bit. I don't know. It's weird. I don't like it. I like the snake eyes.
Yeah, it's a good aesthetic.
Other moments I like. Hunter and I talked about this one. It was Massacre arc when like the whole town's coming together for Satoko.
Yeah, that is. It's cathartic.
Mm-hmm.
After everything that's gone on there.
Um,
I tell you what, actually, I do really like the when they when they do ring Sadako, and I think it's Rika who's like, look, this is like, if there was ever a time, this is the one time where everyone will help you. And in the manga, she turns around and you've got this beautiful, like 2-page spread of just this absolutely demented looking Tepe, and it's
oh, the one where he's like looking over her as she's like on the phone.
see, I would get the manga out, but it's behind a bunch of other stuff.
Right.
Um,
But I think I know what you're talking about. He's like kind of
Yeah,
smiling,
yeah.
isn't he?
yeah, like he's like, "Ugh," and his eye, like one eye's like squished and the other one's like giant. or
Yeah.
whatever. Honestly, big credit to all of the mangakas for is it mangaka? I never know,
Yeah.
but like the artists for them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about you, but I actually particularly like and I have to check the name here, Karin Susaragi, who did the Atonement arc and the final arc as well. I'm not sure if they did any others in it, but I'm when I eventually do get them, I'm crossing my fingers that they do, because I really like how they just the style of things. I don't know how well this will come up on camera, but I like their style. I like their shading
Right.
and the way that they design the characters.
Let me grab
I think it's really good myself.
arc 1. Because there's some scenes in like the first arc of the manga that I really think do the creepy art.
I've seen the You're Lying one, because that's a really good one.
Yes, and I think they do that one in color.
Yes, they do, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah, I actually just found it. Right.
Wow.
There's that.
Just wait for the string. There you go.
And
It's so
then
good, man.
It's in the other one. I like the shot where like Rena's neck is like kind of snapped and like
I know the one you mean.
Mhm.
Yeah.
that one's creepy as hell.
Another good one is from what's it again? The second arc. Like at the very end when Keiichi's in his hospital bed.
Mhm.
I'm not. I'll be surprised if it isn't a 2-page spread, but it's like you've got like a wide view of Keiichi, and then like you see
Mion's like
the ghost of Mio,
corpse.
just sort of like "Ugh,"
and
like that.
little jump scare for everyone of the Rena that I'm talking about.
Yeah. There you go.
I love that. I love when there's someone that has it colorized, and they sell it as a sticker on Redbubble.
Imagine if they did like a full color version of like the entire manga, like they did for
There's someone on
Dragon Ball
Twitter that I follow that colorizes the manga pages.
Oh boy.
So I'll have to see if they've done any of the rest.
I look forward to seeing that. If you do find them, send me the link, because
I will.
I'd love to see it.
Hmm. I'll have to find them again. That's someone that I did want to
Yeah, yeah.
share on the Twitter for the artist thing. Next question.
Hey.
Has there ever been a time that you felt like burnt out with Higurashi?
Honestly, it was after Sotsu. Sotsu legitimately killed Higurashi for me.
I can get that.
Yeah, like, I mean, when did that come out? Because that was like,
Sotsu was 2021.
yeah. So it was, because I seem to remember editing the eye-opening retrospective, and it being on the same day that an episode dropped, and I think it was episode 15 actually, when I really think about it. So it's when we get the legendary Super Saiyan Sasuke and Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan Rika bit, and because I must have watched it at around about like dinner time, so like 6 p.m. roughly, and I just remember being like, I do not want to touch this franchise at all right now. I just can't right now. I just can't. So I didn't edit anymore that day, and even then I'm not even sure if I've actually like come out of that. I'm not sure if I've actually like gotten over like being tired of Higurashi yet, because not that I didn't enjoy making Retrospective 6.
Right.
I mean, it had its own problems or anything, and everything, but I do sometimes wonder if one of the reasons why it took so long was because I was just like, I'm done with the franchise. I need a break, but I can't because I need to get this done, kind of thing. So I do even question if I've gotten back on Higurashi's good side, kind of thing, you know, or it's gotten back on my good side. It's really like I don't dislike it. I don't dislike it at the moment.
Right.
But I'm not exactly like, oh boy, let's throw on an episode or anything. Like I celebrated I celebrated the cotton drifting as much as anyone else did.
Right.
This year, but I wasn't exactly being like, here we go, we're gonna marathon the whole first arc this day, then the second arc the next day, you know, which is something I used to do before I did the retrospectives. Now it was just like, oh, it's the cotton drifting. Fantastic. I moved on with my life. So yeah, so I suppose technically I'm there at the minute, and I'm kind of glad that like I'm not working on, or like I'm not doing anything big for Studio Weeb or even for the YouTube channel at the minute, because I would imagine that would impede my enjoyment in some way. The only reason the latest Higurashi X Heathers video got made was because I had the idea for a long time, and it was like, yeah, let's get it out for the cotton drifting. And I'm sure we'll talk about that at some point as well, because there's a lot to say about those.
There is questions about those.
Fantastic. Yeah, it's really it's really hard and very hard, complicated feelings towards Higurashi at the moment. And I'm not even really sure what could fix it apart from time and something legitimately good that I was interested in to do with it. Because I'm not keeping up with the manga that they're doing, even though I know it's slightly different, from the from Sotsu, and that they're doing the odd thing different, and they've explained things and changed things entirely, but I'm just not keeping up with it.
Right.
And I don't care about the digital card game thing, because that just I don't understand it. I'm an old
just
man.
exists and happens.
It just exists at this point. I don't know. I feel like I need something that legitimately intrigues me and makes me want to come back, and then I'll be back into Higurashi, like, properly, you know?
Right. That's kind of how I am with Pokemon.
Yeah.
That's what we talked about it before stream. I used to stream Pokemon and Nintendo. I think the Twitch grind of playing those and trying to hit certain goals kind of killed it a bit. But also just how the series was going, I did not like anything they were putting out.
Like, I haven't followed Pokemon properly since I was like, well, back in school. I think the last game I played was Ruby and Sapphire era. But I've been watching a couple of people, and I've seen like their reviews of what's the one where it's set in Galar? It's like Sword and Shield or something.
Sword and Shield, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm, as an outsider, looking at the quality of the games, for a company that is like one of the most that's like making like the big bucks, the biggest bucks in
It is
the world.
largest like media franchise in history.
Yeah. So like for a company that makes so much money every minute, to put out a game that looks as cheap and just kind of disgusting looking, if I'm being honest, to put out like a game of that quality really is not a good image in my opinion.
That and Scarlet and Violet they're basically 3DS games just put on Switch.
Yeah.
The 3DS games
I haven't
looked
seen
even
a lot.
better.
I haven't seen a lot of them, so I don't know what's happening with it.
It's just the exact same. Oh, except Scarlet and Violet has glitches because it's completely unpolished and
Oh, I love that.
yeah.
Put money into your games, make it good. Do you remember back in my day?
Back in my day, Game Freak
we wouldn't
cared.
get these update for games, you know, like you wouldn't get like first day patches and all that. We got games, and if they were glitchy, then you couldn't do anything about it. So games had to be good. And sure, we still got glitchy games. I mean, fucking
Sonic
Simpsons Hit
06
and Run exists. Sonic 06.
That is my favorite Sonic game, actually. I'm sorry, but it is actually my favorite Sonic game.
Would you?
I love the irony of it. I love how bad it is.
Okay.
And I think the story's actually not that bad. And I like Silver as a character, too.
I like Blaze.
Yeah.
I like Blaze the Cat. I also like the theme for it. I think it's like
His world, yeah.
His world, yeah. I really like the instrumental version of it.
The music is so good.
The song version.
Mm-hmm.
You've been doing what? Sorry.
I said the music's like really good in that game too. The cutscenes also, like the not in-game cutscenes.
Okay, I was gonna say.
The actually effort put into ones are
Omega,
good.
the super advanced robot that runs at bajillion miles an hour, is going. Zzz, zzz. No. Zzz, like that. No, sorry. I played Sonic Heroes. He is not like that. Speaking of glitchy messes.
Oh, that one's at least playable.
Yeah. I had the PS2 version, so it wasn't playable.
Oh, that's true. I had it on.
I got stuck
had it on GameCube.
Oh well, that one's at least good. On mine, I got stuck on the second level of the city one, whatever it is, where you've got to where as Tails, you've got to like jump from like platform to platform as the lava's rising, and I just could not beat it for the life of me. And I still haven't. I've got my PS2 set up somewhere, so I might actually have to see if like 20 years worth of life has done anything. Probably hasn't. My reflexes are not have probably gone to shit. What were we talking about?
I don't remember. Something. Oh, I was talking about Pokemon, and then somewhere Sonic came in.
Yes, that was it.
Oh, because I said it was a glitchy mess, and then I said Sonic 06. Glitchy game.
Yes, that was it.
I guess we'll get into like the actual meat of this interview an hour and a half in.
Do you mind if I go take a quick toilet break?
Yeah, go ahead.
Much appreciated.
Yep.
BRB.
This is fun. I'm loving this so much. So, everyone in chat, the whole two people that have actually chatted, hope you guys are having a good day, as well as anyone that's lurking. Hope you're having a great time listening to us ramble and have fun. This was the interview I was like, this is like the big one for me. For reasons I'll get into later. He's a great guy. I'm loving this. Let me check something just a second. Checking the old Twitter. Shameless plug. Go follow me on Twitter. Yeah, we're actually going to be talking about the his history of his channel for a bit, and then we'll actually get into the retrospective series, which is how I found him and got into everyone else in the fandom that I've gotten to meet and talk to. While we wait for him to come back. Let me check Snapchat too. Welcome back.
Hello. Sorry about that. I was actually trying to remember some of the music from Sonic 06 there, and I had one that was like da 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 da, and I was like, oh, that is a pretty good one. And then I remembered it was from Subspace Emissary of Super Smash Bros. Brawl. So,
but yeah, let's get into. So,
it's only taken us an hour and a half to get here.
Oh yeah. So I made a last minute decision when I was doing these questions to decide to actually go through people's channels and the history of their channels, because I thought that would be fun and interesting to talk to or talk about. I mean, and going through yours was probably the most fun I've had doing the questions, because a lot of the older content reminds me of like stuff I used to do on YouTube with my old burner accounts that I didn't delete and will stay hidden away for eternity.
Well, I'll say this: if you bring up any dark, dirty secrets here, then we might just have ourselves another culling of old videos. So if a couple of videos go missing, you know who to blame.
These are all positive questions.
I'll be the judge of that.
But yeah, it really did kind of remind me of like me making like small skits and like wanting to do filmmaking for a bit. There's I'll mention one of my old ones that I tried. I was very like inspired by like Smosh and like their skits.
Yes.
And I made a Boxman video where I went around in a box in town. Somewhere out there in town, there's someone that lives in this town that took a picture with me in the box. It was some like older lady. She's like, "Oh, that's cute. Let me get a picture with you." As I'm wearing this box over my head with a crudely drawn and cut out face on it.
Oh my god.
If you do remember, because I know in a Q&A video, you mentioned you don't remember exactly what got you into YouTube. What did get you into YouTube and like skit making and film?
I mean, we are talking like early 2011 here.
Yeah.
So I would have been in my first year at college. Long-time friend of the channel, Jake, had a YouTube channel of his own, and that he'd been running for even longer, like a good 5 years longer, I think. And I can't remember if he asked me or if we just sort of like semi-agreed that, oh hey, maybe I can also be on the channel because we're friends at this point. So I think we filmed like 1 or 2 videos for him, and that would have been in like November of 2010. We may have done 1 or 2 small things on his channel, and I must have liked it enough to be like, oh hey, I might as well make my own YouTube channel. So I did. I can actually, which is really ironic, I can actually tell you where I got the name from. Because I had that in my back pocket ever since secondary school, high school, whatever the equivalent is, where on the playground, a bunch of my friends, like me and my friends, were like talking about. I don't remember what we were talking about, but one of them was like, "Oh, hey, if you had like a talk show or something, it would be called Crewe on the Sofa because it would be your crew and the only furniture that can seat a large amount of people is a sofa."
Right.
So it was like, Crewe on the Sofa it is. And yeah, so I just sort of I was just like, yeah, I'll see if the username's there. Oh, the username is there. Fantastic. That's the username now. And I mean, the truly ironic thing is that in all like 12 years that I've been doing YouTube stuff, still don't have a sofa. Still confined to the 4 walls of the bedroom. But you know, as soon as I'm able to get a place of my own, the most important item of furniture will be the sofa, because it needs to look good, it needs to be photogenic, it needs to be practical.
The piece de la résistance.
La piece de la résistance.
The sofa arc has finally ended.
The so far arc. Now it's the sofa arc. Puns. That'll be when the true third era begins. Once I've actually gotten a fucking sofa or something, and if I ever actually decide to come back. But yeah, from there, like. Just from there, I did what I think anyone starting out on YouTube did, and it was just I tried everything that I could do at that time. So I did an introduction video. I did oh hey, here's some news about a movie that's coming out, because some people might find that interesting. Here's an attempt at a skit. Basically like vlog stuff. And yeah, like, I mean, like, it took, yeah, it like, the channel didn't, like, explode overnight, and no one should go into YouTube expecting that, or to do well immediately, because that's just not how the platform works, unless you're already established.
That's the same with, like, Twitch. You can't just go into it thinking
exactly.
immediate success. It is a long grind to try and get even to be paid on Twitch.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
like, I didn't find my thing until I did the first top 10 list, which was my favorite fictional couples back in like 2016. So the channel was already like 5 years old at that point. And again, it like actually, yeah, I don't even think I hit 100 subscribers until like 5 or 6 years after I'd started, and it's only gone up from there. In very, very strange incremental, I can't even think of the right word, but like in very strange bursts. And yeah, it's really odd. And even then, I would even say that like those first couple of top 10 lists are any good until we get to the Torchwood one, where it's solely talking about one subject, and I'm also giving my opinions on it in a very abbreviated, short form, questionable way. Because even like by today's standards, I wouldn't release a video like that. It would have to be like over an hour long and rambly to high fucking heaven.
Right.
Because tastes change, and if you look at the first retrospective compared to the one I put out at Christmas, vastly different, for better or worse. It takes time to find. It takes time to find what you want to do on the platform, as well as what your niche is. But then the problem from there is that if you want to do things outside of that niche, is your audience ready and willing to accept it?
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that a lot of people don't consider when doing things. So like, I think I went from doing that from that Torchwood one to another random top 10 list to then doing Higurashi. So it's like 3 completely separate, different subject matter. Each generating like new subscribers who came for that one thing. I don't think a lot of people who watched the Torchwood video stayed on, as much as I wish they did, for the Higurashi one, and vice versa when it came to doing the Sarah Jane Adventures or the Doctor Who one or the Yu-Gi-Oh one. Some people did, because I know, and they've talked about it in some of the comments of the videos, that, oh, hey, I joined on this one, but you introduced me to this other thing. And that's fantastic. That is what I wanted. But
right.
I'm not banking on everyone doing it.
Mm-hmm.
It's why sometimes you'll find little things in some of the videos where it's like, oh, hey, I acknowledge that there are some viewers who like this other thing. I'm going to get to that, but I'm doing this thing first.
Right.
I think I did one in the Curse Killing arc, specifically for the Doctor Who audience, because I'd promised a top 10 list for the Christmas before that. And for reasons I just wasn't able to get it out then, because I'm a terrible human being. And that ended up getting delayed until like the Christmas before lockdown. New Year, in fact, when I think about it. But the audience was still there for it, so that's comforting to know, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard. It's hard and complicated. YouTube is hard and complicated. I felt like I rambled and got vastly off topic from where we started.
No, that's actually really good that you brought that up, because like that's kind of what my struggle was with if I wanted to keep streaming after I stopped playing Pokemon. I took like a couple months, just I think until like almost half a year actually, where I didn't stream. I was trying to figure out, do I still want to do Pokemon? Because the new games look so disinteresting. do people even want to watch because they keep like missing out and I'm missing my goals that I'm trying to meet?
Yeah.
And then I started getting back into kind of the person I used to be in high school, which was I liked anime and I hadn't watched since high school. So we're looking at about like 5-6 years since I last watched something.
Yeah.
So I'm rewatching all these old series I used to like and see them with a new lens. Like Code Geass was one. I rewatched Rosario Vampire and struggled through that. God, that show did not age well. um, and then just randomly, I was talking to a friend on Fortnite, and I was like, "There's this series I found on like YouTube because I watched like the opening playlist of like best anime openings, and it was Higurashi was on that list. Like, oh, I'll just throw that on there. I'll watch it whenever." And that series kind of motivated me, and I related a lot with it, which we'll get into far later. And so I researched the series, and I find out it's a visual novel. I'm like, okay, is that viable for me to actually do well on Twitch?
Yeah.
So I kind of struggled with that for like a month or two, and my then girlfriend at the time kind of pushed me into, why not try it? If it sticks, and if people want to stick around from your old content, then they'll be there for what's new. So having like that kind of dedicated fan base is like really important to start with. And I don't know how Higurashi and VNs have been successful for me compared to fucking Pokemon. But it's worked. I wouldn't be here now without Higurashi, so.
Oh.
So yeah, that's that.
I mean, I feel like everyone who makes any kind of content, particularly when you make something that blows up, and does really well, and then you want to move on and do something else. There's always a part of you where it's like, I really hope and wish that people like me enough to come across and experience something new and something else. And initially, you won't get the same average viewership as you did on whatever one blew up, and that can be disheartening. But it's that really old saying where it's like, build it and they will come.
Yeah.
You know. And sometimes it just takes time. Sometimes it's and there's. Yeah, it takes time, and it's very hard to think of that because as soon as you see that view count be lower than the other one, you think, oh well, it's failed then, hasn't it?
That's how I felt.
That's what can be really disheartening.
That's why I felt with Clanad for a bit, but then it started to pick up again later, thankfully. But
yeah,
yeah.
Goose,
I lost my train of thought there for a second.
Don't worry about it.
But I guess next we'll go into Future Conundrum. That is one of...
Oh, fuck, no. No.
No, this is a good question. It's actually like a very positive one. I thought it was actually a really good video. I like it.
Thank you. It was...
I love Back to the Future. So.
Yeah. I want to say that was like the first video that was really well received by the viewers, and then also like my immediate friends who checked it out. So like in a lot of videos that I don't think are on the channel anymore, Postman Batman does actually turn up every so often, because it was like, okay, people liked it for that. Maybe it's because of him. Maybe it's because of him. Let's throw him in this thing for some reason. Because again, you get so obsessed with the views.
Right.
Yeah. But it was. I remember it being. I mean, because it's like it's one of those things where it's like it's true in the fact of, oh hey, I lost my Back to the Future DVDs in a random ass cottage in France that no one remembers where it is and what to do and how to get it.
Right.
And it has the illusion of, oh hey, it's a vlog. But then you get the really strange skit of, oh hey, Batman is delivering my mail. And I wish I could remember why I picked Batman, but I can't.
We all have our Batman phases. I went into a grocery store in a Batman mask once. And I did the Christian Bale Batman impression the whole time I was in there.
Oh that's what that voice was originally. It was because it was at the height of Christian Bale Batman. We're only dead. It's all like this, and he's always out of breath. And it's the easiest way to do, but also the hardest to understand.
Right?
And you know everyone can do it. And I don't think I've got any later Postman Batman appearances still on the channel, but over time I did change the voice to be easier on my throat and just to whip out in any occasion, which I think was like semi sort of inspired by obviously the late great Kevin Conroy animated series kind of one, where it was more sort of down here and throw a little more of like a twinge to it, keep it quieter, because you don't like this Batman doesn't shout anymore,
right?
Kind of thing. But you could also bring it up a little higher and turn it into TFS Piccolo, which also kind of helped. TFS, I owe so much to Team 4-Star, just for finding random voices and going, I like that. I'm gonna do a terrible impression of it and apply it to someone else.
But the question with Future Conundrum is...
Sorry, yes.
I like how... I like the concept of, like, the writing a letter to yourself thing.
Yeah.
Do you still have that letter or use it for motivation?
I do have it somewhere. I mean, if it wasn't obvious from how different the room looks from the retrospective, I've redecorated. So I did find it, and I think I've got a couple of like you can't really see it because it's dark, but I've got a couple of boxes under the bed.
Right.
I think it's in there somewhere. At the time, I was because I'd been doing YouTube for like 7-8 months at that point, and I wasn't enjoying it as much as I thought I would. So, along with a couple of other videos, I was sort of hinting towards like ending the channel after a year of doing stuff. And the inspirational message, which I wish I could remember off the top of my head, but I can't. Inspirational message. Was sort of like because I was quite literally writing it from myself to myself. It just wasn't from a future perspective. So it was kind of like a semi self-motivator, and because the video turned out as well as it did, that helped the channel survive just that little bit longer.
Right.
Well, a lot longer, obviously. It's been 12 years. And it's only now that I'm on the hiatus. So, you know. But and to answer the question, yes, I do have it. It's just buried somewhere. And it shall remain there until I have to send it to myself in the past.
Yes.
Through time-traveling Batman, apparently.
Who's also a postman.
He was also a postman. Okay, so the reason behind Postman Batman, one of the jokes behind him being a postman, was because I wasn't particularly fond of the direction of the DC movies at that point. Little did I know what was going to happen a couple of years down the line.
Oh dear God.
Oh boy, I was ahead of the curve on that one. I was going to have it, but what was it? It was Tim Drake. Tim Drake had spent all of Bruce Wayne's money on like Xbox points or whatever it was. So Batman had to get a second job as a postman.
What the fuck? Those damn V-Bucks, you know, you gotta...
Well, we're talking like over 10 years ago now. It wouldn't have been V-Bucks. It would have been like
It's like Xbox Live arcade points.
Yes, that was it. It would have been that. Fucking hell! I actually forgot about that until just now. That was the legit reason. Tim Drake had spent all that money.
Plot twist: you predicted V-Bucks.
I did. I actually did. Yeah, I did. My God, why does this keep happening? Where just random jokes actually turn out true? For fuck's sake.
That's another question
Fuck's sake,
later.
man. I was joking about Sonico being a Super Saiyan. But yeah, so Batman was going to, like, as we got into like 2012, 2013. Even if I didn't like The Dark Knight Rises, I wasn't going to deny the fact that it did do well. So, even though it was never mentioned, in canon, he would have regained his fortune that way. But then as the DC EU started, he disappeared. And again, the law reason was he was off filming the DC EU. So he was actually going to make a comeback in 2017 when Justice League came out. Because he'd lost all his fortune again.
What's he doing now with Flash?
Oh God, God only knows what's happening, what he's doing now. I don't know what happened to Postman Batman. All I know is that he now sits upon a shelf, looking down at me, along with Bane, Slade, and Deadshot. Because I've got masks of them.
Hell
I
yes.
should point that out.
Do you still have the cardboard Batman mask? Or not cardboard, it was paper mache, right?
It was cardboard. It had
it was cardboard.
Had a base layer of cardboard. I don't think I ever actually showed the complete... No, I did show the complete one off in a video that is no longer on the channel, and unless you ask about it, I'm not going to talk about it.
Hell
the
yeah.
Batman mask. And it's falling to pieces. I'm not sure how well it shows up, but there's like little spots. Because, I mean, again, we're talking like 5 years or something. But, I mean, talk about 4-head Batman. Like, that's a 5-head. That's probably more, honestly.
Plot twist, that's another prediction you got correct, was Robert Pattinson's Bat mask.
I mean, we are both English. But it was made with the intention of being very easy to put on. So, sort of like what I think they have for the Batman. You'd have... Actually, they do that for Power Rangers. I was going to buy like a black sock kind of thing.
Yeah.
Put that on. And then that would be easy enough to slip on. And much like Michael Keaton, you would have like eye makeup or whatever.
Right.
But yeah, this could have and would have been a thing. And it never was. And whether that's a good thing or not is completely questionable.
Someone in chat said Bat
Yeah,
Gimp.
put this back up real quick. Oh boy.
Also, welcome in, Oren Kaname. Sorry it took so long to recognize your message. And then...
Oh my god, it's Danny. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us in the chat, we have Danny from XVX Project,
Okay.
otherwise known as Dick Gumshoe from Let's Voice Ace Attorney, which you can now find over on the Studio Paradox channel. We've been on hiatus for a long time because no one listened to me. It will hopefully come back soon. Hi, Danny. Thought you were going to stop at Dick. No, that's later, mate.
Oh, interesting.
Excuse me.
Less a question, but the procrastination video is extremely relatable.
Oh, I really enjoyed the procrastination video.
That one was so fun.
Yeah. It was actually a assignment for university.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, like, I'm not sure how obvious it is, but in that video, my camera that I was using at the time just stopped working. So the first shot that we did is because I got a longtime friend of the channel, Bearded Karibo, to come over and film it, where I stand up and walk over to the mirror as the camera comes up and like follows and goes like over the shoulder. As soon as we finished recording that, the camera broke.
Ah.
And I like, it just would not turn on. It wasn't the battery, it just stopped working. So because I was living away from home at the time, I was like, oh God, is there anywhere we can take this to get fixed? So we, for like 2-3 hours, we're going around town, going to all these different places, and we eventually find a place. And the guy's just like, yeah, it's broke, man. It's broke. And it was like, got an assignment due! So I had to crack out a small and very old just normal picture camera.
Yeah.
And that's why, like, the rest, like the majority of the footage is so grainy and terribly color graded and slightly more pixely than that one shot. And it does kind of annoy me, but at the same time, it's like, look, there was nothing else we could do. The assignment was due. But technically speaking, everything was filmed and recorded over that one day. Majority of it recorded at night.
Mm-hmm.
No, that was a lot of fun, and I did actually really enjoy it. It's like the only real skit I would consider that I made, because all the rest were part of compilations and all kinds of other stuff that can't be found on the channel now.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't remember what grade I got on that assignment. But no, I really enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. Inspired by a scene from an episode of Torchwood where one of the characters is stuck at home, and the same music that's in the video plays, and he's like cleaning his apartment and trying to like live his life, but he just can't get out of the headspace that he's in.
Mm-hmm.
But there is an actual shot in the video itself where I'm looking in a mirror, and if you look in the mirror in the background, you can see the scene that I'm referencing reflected behind me. So like, for the people who know, it's like, oh hey, that's the thing he's referencing, semi-referencing. I didn't jump in a lake afterward. But that was also sort of like the beginning, because that was when I was rewatching all of Torchwood,
Mm-hmm.
where by proxy the top 10 video comes from, which by proxy is eventually where the retrospectives come from. So they are all tangentially like connected in some way. It's weird how these things work out.
Right. Stuff just kind of lines up sometimes.
It's so strange.
Next will be you mentioned this in, I think, a Q&A, and I related so hard with it because I had the same sort of thought process at one point. But you mentioned crossovers that you wanted to happen but have never happened.
Yes.
Captain America and Indiana Jones needs to happen. I don't know why it hasn't.
It is the coolest idea. Like, as I showed before on stream, I've got Lego Indiana Jones sets. I've also got a Captain America Lego mech. You better believe, once I've opened that box, I am taking a picture of Dr. Jones and Captain America.
As you should.
I'll tell you something else, because the story behind it, like the story that I want to do, where it's Indiana Jones and Captain America fighting the Nazis. It was written for a series where all kinds of other franchises would cross over and mixed. So, the thing that the Nazis would be looking for, and that Indiana Jones and Captain America team up to find, would have been the Dragon Balls.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So like, because in my head, it would have been that like, you could have had it. Well, actually, no, you can't, because it's in Dragon Ball they use ages rather than years. So, if you imagine that Dragon Ball is set like thousands of years in the future, where someone decided, oh hey, let's reset the year count and make it ages instead. If the Dragon Balls have existed for years, have them that the Nazis are going to try and find the Dragon Balls to make a wish to win the war, because of course they would. They're the fucking Nazis. And the story would have been that Indiana Jones and Captain America team up to find the Dragon Balls and stop the Nazis. And that to me is just so cool. Because the Dragon Balls are such an Indiana Jones-like MacGuffin.
Right.
You know? And considering that Disney owns both Marvel and Lucasfilm at this point, yeah, Indiana Jones meets Captain America.
And it makes even more sense for them to have crossed over in the past, because Marvel used to do the Indiana Jones comics.
Exactly. Like, look, if there's a Star Wars comic where Han Solo crash lands on Earth, and millions of years later, Indiana Jones turns up, finds the Millennium Falcon, and Chewie is mistaken as a Yeti, why can't Captain America and Indiana Jones meet up? Because you could also have a thing where once Cap comes out of the ice, in present day, whenever you want to make present day, you could have him try to find out what happened to Indiana, and you could have him being like the last shot could literally be him at Indiana's grave.
Right.
Yeah, and that would be really nice and heartfelt and stuff.
Yeah.
It's a story that Disney, hire me. I need a job.
He's not exaggerating about the Sasquatch thing, by the way. That is actually a thing in the comics. Actual thing.
You can look it up. Look it up. I think Han Solo got like shot by an arrow or something.
Yeah, he gets killed by like natives.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, not great for Han, but you know.
Yeah.
What's better, falling into the middle of Ilum and turning into a new star, or getting shot by an arrow and being found by like your semi-connected face sharing whatever? Does the guy from Fugitive also turn up? Why not?
The president from Air Force One.
That's it. Get off my plane! Oh my god! No, hang on. This is how it ends, right? So Captain America's taken to the president.
Oh my god.
And the president is Harrison Ford.
Somewhere Thunderbolt Ross is on there too, because he's now Harrison Ford.
Oh my god! Oh, of course. I completely forgot about that.
Into the Harrison Ford verse.
Into the. I'll tell you what. It's a canon event.
It's a canon event. God damn it. But
Anyone who hasn't seen the new Spider-Verse, they're not gonna have a fucking clue what we're talking about.
That's their canon event.
And
they won't know.
Love it. Yeah. Want to understand the canon? Go support a legitimately great film. Harrison Ford himself just shows up, hates everyone but Indy.
Okay.
Not wrong.
Thank
Not
you for
wrong
specifying Indiana.
Yeah, yeah.
That has two different meanings with that chat message.
Come on, Danny. We don't want to get cancelled yet.
But my point in bringing that crossover up is I'd written like a comic series when I was in like elementary school. And I was obsessed with Assassin's Creed because I loved history.
Nice.
And I liked the Alien and Predator franchises.
Dude, no fucking way.
So
You don't even have to finish that sentence. That's just a cool fucking idea.
I wrote different like historical period novels of where like the Assassin Brotherhood was like influenced by the Predators.
That's so cool, man.
So like one was like set in like ancient Egypt, which eventually finally happened in Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
And it was like the whole origin of the
That's
hidden
such a
blade
good idea.
was the Predator wrist gauntlet.
Oh my god.
And like the
And
serpent
it actually
gods.
makes sense as well.
And the serpent gods of Egyptian mythology were inspired by the xenomorphs.
Oh my god. Oh my god, dude, that is such a good idea. I
And,
love
like-
that so much.
And like Wayland Yutani was like the Templars and
Why does it make so much sense? Oh man. That is such a mate, you need to like rewrite that. That is
probably
such
should.
a good idea.
because I remember handing it to like teachers and stuff because like, oh, could you read this? I thought this was pretty cool. And they're like, oh my god, this is actually good.
Yeah, like that's a legitimately great idea.
Well, now the canon for
That
Assassin's
is
Creed
great.
already covers aliens and it already covers Egypt.
Have it the I can't remember what are they the Isu in Assassin's Creed? It's been so long since
Yeah.
I played. You could have it that like they were getting hunted by like either the aliens or the predators. I suppose the predators. Well, isn't it a thing where the predators use Earth as a hunting ground anyway? I can't remember.
Yeah, now it's also like they use it and they like take our DNA and whatever. They've ruined that series.
Yeah, I heard about that. I'm not
And
too
like
fond of
they
that.
make like autism into like a superpower.
Yeah.
That
That's not
was
what it is,
weird.
bro. That's not what it is, bro. I mean, some would question that it is. I don't know.
But yeah, that was kind of my crossover I always wanted to happen, but never did.
I love that. That's so good.
The only one that I remember writing was about Egypt, but I think I also had like Greece mentioned as one that I did.
Which that obviously happened as well.
Yeah.
Have they done Rome? No, they did do Rome. That's well, they haven't done ancient Rome
Yeah,
because
kinda.
Ezio goes to Rome. I mean, that would be nice to have like ancient Rome. And then you could like bring back the old maps, soup them up in high definition, whatever. But actually have like the Colosseum fully built and all
Right.
of that. Oh my god, you could have one set in Pompeii on Volcano Day.
And it's
Assassin's Creed, hire us.
like a predator got caught and that's the actual volcano. There was an explosion. Bam.
They could also fight Caesar in the Greek one. Wasn't Caesar in? Oh, they also fight him in the Greek one. No, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, it's at like the end of
I do remember
that one. Japan I could have done as well.
Japan would be amazing. That setting would bring me back to Assassin's Creed. The last one I played.
They're
was,
actually doing one in Japan now.
Ooh.
They don't have like a release date set for it, but it is confirmed that they are doing feudal Japan.
Nice. I look forward to that.
Right.
The last one I played was Syndicate.
The last I played was Origins, which was the Egypt one. I have Odyssey, but I never touched it. I didn't like it from what I've seen.
That's fair. I'm not fond of the like.
I don't like the RPG
I'm not fond of the
stuff.
gameplay side of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Gameplay side of it is.
the Japan one's an actual one that's going to be on like next gen consoles. They're doing a mobile game that's in like China.
Because there is a Chinese assassin that keeps like popping up every so often, isn't
She
there?
has like some weird side game along with like the Indian, and I think it's like a Bolshevik revolution one.
You know, I think I remember that because it's like
It's like a side
side on,
scroller.
but it was also like 2.5D or something.
Mm-hmm.
I played Valhalla just for the setting. That's fair. To be fair, settings for Assassin's Creed are a big selling point. That's why I played Syndicate.
Mm-hmm.
Because I always wanted Victorian London, and it's everything I wanted from Assassin's Creed game.
Aside from Japan, I wanted like an Aztec one.
Aztec would be interesting. You do get a little bit of that with Black Flag,
Right.
but more of that would be good. I just miss playing as an actual assassin. Yeah.
And like with the Aztec idea, you could have it like it's less gun heavy, like Black Flag was.
Mm.
And you can actually
I
like
don't mind the gun. I don't mind the gunplay in Black. Well, because I said before, pirates are my,
Oh,
are my
yeah.
thing. So Edward Kenway is my boy.
my favorite
My
game's
little pirate boy.
Assassin's Creed 3, so I completely get that.
That's fair.
I like Black Flag too. That was a really good one.
The ship combat is amazing.
Oh my
I'm
God.
still waiting for their pirate game that they're meant to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
Just hurry up already. I've been waiting like 5, 6, 7 years now. Please, I need to be back there. I need my sea shanties. I can only listen to the Longest Johns for so long. That's not to say the Longest Johns are bad. I love the Longest Johns, especially the Longest John.
The 10 years later video, I think it's a good idea to look back and reflect on some of the content that you make in the past, or at least anything in general from the past. Be able to see it positively like you did, as well as kind of having some fun with poking fun at how old videos were.
Yeah, as I said in the video itself, that was never meant to be the 10th anniversary video because COVID fucked all of the plans, basically.
Right.
There used to be, and I think I touched upon it in the 10 years video itself. I used to do a series of like anniversary compilation skits with my mates called The Ambassadors of Stupidity.
Yes.
Which were a lot of fun. And I would have loved to have asked everyone who had ever appeared on the channel before to come back and do more dumb stuff like that, because it was the most fun. But you know, someone decided to unleash a deadly virus upon La Planète, and we all had to stay indoors and away from each other for many months. So that ruined it. So this was so looking back at it was not even plan B. It was just, I guess I'm gonna have to do this now. And I think I say in the video itself, I wasn't entirely looking forward to it, especially those early years, because of how awkward and cringy I felt towards them. And I do still think that, and everyone's first video is going to be bad. Like I didn't go into it expecting, oh hey, this is secretly a hidden gem, or anything. Like,
The Boxman video.
Oh, fuck off. Siege of the Boxmen.
Not your Boxman video. My Boxman video.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, that one too. That too. Sorry. I do like
The irony of us both doing Boxman videos.
Well, that's just it. Like, I didn't come up with the Boxmen. That was Michael Alexander. I am now wondering if he got that from Smosh as well. So if the Boxmen, who have been like have had a special little place in my heart all these years, if it turns out that he took that from Smosh, I'm gonna be a little sad, because I thought it was really funny. But it's fair. I've taken so many stuff from other YouTubers. It happens. I've lost my train of thought now. Jeez.
Gotta love it. It's even better
Hooray.
live.
Hooray. Radio silence. That'll do great.
Yeah, there's a lot of... I have like multiple old channels. I only remember 2 of them. Sadly, the Boxman video, I don't remember the channel. But there's... The Real Americans was a channel that me and a few friends of mine just randomly made one night. And...
The real Americans.
It...
Wow, okay.
We
I'm
were
interested to see where this goes.
It's not that way. We were kind of... It was like that, not prank era, but like random stupid stuff era of YouTube in like 2015.
Yeah.
One night we're still hanging out at someone's house and we're like, let's make a YouTube channel. And it's like 11 at night. So we recorded a quick intro video of like the 4 or 5 of us on a couch. And we're just like, oh hey, it's me. We have these random quirky traits we literally just randomly thought of. And then we went out at midnight and filmed a video with a crossbow.
Oh my god.
Just shooting into the dark, and it's so poorly done.
Jesus.
It is the most cringe, stupid thing, because I titled it, I was like, Crossbow Fun at Night, and I spelled it like Knight. So that was
wow.
stupid and literally lasted for 2 videos. And then we never touched it again. Then there's another one that I made for like an American history class. And we... Have you seen Team America World Police?
Yes.
It was...
Yes.
This class, we had to like do something involving the Constitution. And we...
Okay.
We went out onto the football field in like the bleachers because I had access to do that as a mass media leader.
All right.
And we filmed ourselves. It kept cutting as we're each reading lines of the Constitution, pointing at the camera like an inspirational motivation video. As America Fuck Yeah is playing in the background.
Wow.
So that was fucking stupid.
Patriotism?
America, fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah. Oh my god.
I'll have to send you that one. That one was so stupid.
See if I did something like that for England when I was back in school, if I did something like that when I was in school, I would vomit at the very thought of it now.
I've watched it like once or twice since, and I'm like, oh my god, why did we think this was a good idea?
That's why kids should be kept off YouTube, mate. Someone's gonna unearth that at some time in the future. Someone's gonna unearth that, and yeah, you'll never hear the end of it.
Oh. Next question, I guess, since we brought it up earlier, and you have someone in chat. Studio Paradox. What is that about?
Honestly, I ask that every single time I look at the channel. So Studio Paradox was set up as our attempt to make short films and little sketches. And if you go look at that channel, it's gone. It's gone.
I was wondering because I looked at it, I'm like, this hasn't been updated in a while.
No, yeah, so we are all very busy doing our own individual things.
Right.
Mr. Bing got married recently. Lauren has a boyfriend now. Danny is, well, he's Danny. I am trying, Michael. No, we are trying, but like we're all busy at different times, and we're all doing our own things and trying to live our lives, and it is very, very hard to get together.
Right.
I can't write shit for my own channel. Your words, not mine. No, your video game dads were really good. Go watch video. I can't remember what it's called, but it's a sketch where it's like video game dads if they were football dads. It's really funny. He's a funny guy. Watch it. Promotion. This is why I can't promote anything, mate. We do. I should say we have recorded at least 5 more episodes of Let's Voice Ace Attorney. The guy who was editing them has had to step back for his own reasons, which are completely understandable, and we are not going to force him to come back until he is ready. In fact, we're not going to force him at all. He can come back when he's ready. I've actually been left in charge of editing those ones. I just haven't had the time immediately because this month has been absolute hell, to say the least. And as soon as I can, I'm going to edit those 5, and those 5 will come out. We have also recorded a second Let's Play series. Danny, am I all right to talk about this one? Because God only knows when it's coming out, and I don't want to say it unless you're happy with it. But I will say we've had a lot of fun recording it, and I admittedly I did post about it on Twitter when we recorded the first batch, and I'm very much looking forward to that seeing the light of day eventually, whenever that is.
Mm-hmm.
I think Danny's gone. Say mean things about him now. No. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Danny is a good boy and deserves more love. Go for it, baby girl. Awesome.
Oh.
We are doing Let's Voice Corpse Party.
Fuck yes.
Yes.
I love Corpse Party.
Yes. So I'm experiencing it for the first time. I'm not sure about Mr. Bing. Danny is in control of it. He's the guy who came up with the idea, and I think Lauren watched the anime.
Mm-hmm.
We've recorded 8 episodes. We do need to record more, honestly, because that's like I'm not sure if the plan is to. Well, I don't even think there is a plan at this point, but at one point, we were talking about like releasing one series on a Monday and having the other Ace Attorney out on the Friday or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
We might do that. I don't know. Like because content is so sparse at the moment because we're all doing our things and we're trying to be COVID safe and all that.
Right.
It's hard to meet up in person because everyone's busy and all that. And like, we haven't figured out when we're doing it yet. It's basically what I'm saying. I still need to watch the last 2 episodes that have been edited for Corpse Party.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you this: I'm Seiko. I think it's Seiko. Is it Seiko? In like chapter 1, you've got the main girl, and then you've got the other one, and I'm the other one.
Hell
and
yes.
I had a lot of fun with it because I'm just doing stereotypical girl voice for her. And there are moments where she says things and I just burst out laughing and it's really funny.
I'm excited for this.
I'm also Satoshi for the little bit that he turned up. And what I decided to do, I decided to base the Satoshi voice off of the dub voice for Satoshi in Higurashi.
Oh my god.
So he sounds a little bit like this. Oh no, there's a big hole in the floor. I better hold on. Kind of thing. And for the little bits that I've done as him, it's been really funny. There's another guy who I've given the voice of Krillin from Dragon Ball Z Abridged. So that's a lot of fun. yeah, honestly, I can't wait for Corpse Party to come out and for people to see it, because it's been. I don't want to say I've had more fun doing that over Ace Attorney, because I legitimately love the Ace Attorney games, and I'm so glad that we're getting 4, 5, and 6 out with new graphics and all that, because it means we can cover them. Hooray! Eventually. I mean, it's taken us 3 years to just do the 25 episodes we've got so far. God only knows how long it's going to take for us to get to the second fucking game, let alone 6. Stereo Paradox is its own wonderful little thing, but we do need to figure stuff out, and these things aren't easy. If everything was easy, then there would be a lot more stuff in the world.
Right.
Which is an extreme oversimplification of everything. Yeah, we are trying. We should really have another meeting at some point and just get a good idea of things. Because we want to make short films, but we also don't want the channel to die in between uploads.
Right.
Even though it has at the minute, which is where the Let's Plays came from. Particularly like the voice acting side of things, which is why we did Ace Attorney, why we're doing Corpse Party. There's another visual novel-esque game that would be really fun to do, but I don't want to say anything in case it doesn't happen, because it probably won't.
School days.
Honestly, it's a lot of fun, and I love working with those guys, and I just want to do more of it. I just wish we all had the free time to do it. Which is an extremely long answer to that question.
No, I like that. Because it's something that you don't mention a lot in the channel, because it was in one of the retrospectives.
It was in one, just because for some reason I did an outtake where I gave Oishi the gumshoe voice, which Danny does, and I told Danny to do a Patrick. Is it Patrick Warburton?
Yeah.
Yeah, Patrick Warburton impression, and he just knocked it out of the park, man. Just going, "Hey, everybody, check the gumshoe, how we doing?" And it's just like immediate, like it's like the characters just leapt off the page. And I'll say the same for like a lot of different characters that have come from the Ace Attorney games, because I legitimately think that Lauren's Maya is pitch perfect. Like it's like, here's Lauren, here's Maya, and it's when she goes Nick, it's the right kind of shrillness that I imagine. It's the right kind of gremlin energy, and she can do the like emotional bits really good. In the last recording session, we actually got to the point where D. Vasquez turns up, for people who know the Ace Attorney games, and she did like, I didn't give her a prompt for it. I just said go with whatever feels natural for you, and holy fucking shit, I did not expect the voice to come out of D. Vasquez, but it immediately worked. It just immediately worked, and it's wonderful when those kind of things happen, because it's all well and good being like, oh hey, can you make this character sound like this? But when you go to the actor and you say, oh hey, like do what you think is best, and they pull it off, it is fucking fantastic.
Right.
Especially when it just works. And I mean, like, I like doing Miles Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth is just fun because he's a snarky bastard. And then the surprise character for me is friggin' Marvin Groschberg, who through just me fumbling a couple of words turned into Sean Connery, which is actually, honestly, a lot of fun to do. Which again, you wouldn't think would work for Grossberg, but it kind of works, especially when she talks in her sleep. It's just a lot of fun, and I can't wait to get back to playing them and those characters again. watch the episodes we've got so far. They're very scuffed, but like they're made with love, and hopefully more will materialize from the ether soonish when I can find the time to do it. Yes.
I guess the last use specific question before we get into retrospective and Higurashi will be
After 2.5 hours.
oh my god, right?
I told you we were gonna hit 5, baby.
We're set to
5.
we're set to pass Hunter already.
Yes.
We kind of touched on this earlier with the Power Rangers conversation, but did your interest in like tokusatsu have an influence on getting you into anime?
I wouldn't say so, honestly. Because I grew up watching Power Rangers since I was 6 years old. My first season was Lightspeed Rescue, and I've dipped in and out of the franchise ever since. I can't remember when I was made aware that there was that Super Sentai exists. I want to say around about 2013 when they did the whole Legacy War thing.
Yeah.
Because I feel like everybody saw that video where it was all of the Sentai Rangers in one quarry in Japan, charging it at I forget what they're called. Kelzacs? No, Kelzac's a ninja.
That's
storm.
Ninja Storm. Yeah.
I forgot what they're called. I'm surprised I pulled Kelzacs out of my arse, actually. Ninja Storm is influential.
Insert monster name.
Hell yeah. No, anime's been. I've been a fan of anime for a very long time. I remember when Dragon Ball Z first premiered over here in the UK, which would have been around about the same time when I think about it. I was definitely young because I remember. I remember. This is actually really stupid. I remember doing stick figure action fight scenes with Dragon Ball Z characters. So I had one with like Raditz length hair. I had one with Piccolo's antenna. I had Goku going to King Kai's planet. I remember that so vividly. Then I remember watching Yu-Gi-Oh when I first. Well, the only time I went to America, I caught the episode where Joey fought Mai on Duelist Kingdom, and then I watched the series when it actually premiered over here. I remember Pokemon when it started. I remember Beyblade when that came out. Card Captors, the original dub.
Oh god.
Hey, that is a guilty pleasure. That is a guilty pleasure.
I've noticed I'm in the minority on Card Captors.
Really? What's the majority?
That they like that series. And they like the dub.
It's got its own dumb charm to it, mate. I've actually got the redubbed version, which I think appeared on the CW.
We had 4 kids.
There was 4 kids, but I know there was a CW dub as well. Because that's the one that's on Crunchyroll, I believe. Card Captors! I'm going to show off the Book of Clow again real quick.
Yes, to show her that for sure.
There you go. Best episode. I remember my favorite episode of Card Captors is the maze one. When they're all stuck in the maze. So, that was a fucking great episode. And that's the one that sticks with me the most. Where's the maze card gone? Fucking, I remember, what was her name again? Mei Lee? I think? Like where she's like sideways on, where she's stuck sideways on the wall. That was fucking hilarious, that. There was also the episode where the illusion card makes a copy of, Sakura, and like her brother is sort of like, yeah, there you go, Mei Lee. He falls off a cliff or something.
Mhm.
Because that was also when they brought in the like they did the first divination ritual as well. I'm surprised how much I can remember this actually. What was the point I was trying to make? No, yeah. So I watched a load of anime, just throughout my whole life. I think I would have stopped when I got into secondary school. So we're talking about like 11 or 12. The age of 11 or 12, and then I got back into it. I actually refound card captors again when I was in college, because me and long-time friend of the channel, Jake, was also a card captors fan, and that's when I got this, as well as we were just talking about it and stuff. And we can segue into Higurashi here, actually, because the main character, Sakura, to me, looks a lot like Rena.
I can see that.
So when so when I saw because the first thing I ever saw of Higurashi was the season 2 opening titles, with Flower from Hell, which is a fucking great name still.
Amazing song.
Best song. There's that shot of her where she's like very close to the camera and she's crying.
Yeah.
And I was like, is that Sakura? Sakura? What are you doing here?
Sakura
Is this a
horror.
spin-off? I must find out. So then I found out it wasn't Sakura. But I will say this, because I found this out not too long ago, well, like a year or so ago. So Ryukishi is actually a fan of card captors as well. If you look up some of like the original like artwork that he did of Rena, as well as the Angel Mort outfits, there's one of Rena in the outfit with Clowry's wand, like the bird one. So on some level, there must be like a subconscious sort of like, oh yeah, so she kind of looks, I'm going to draw her a little bit like Sakura, which is awesome, I think.
Right.
You know. But I think that's really cool. Like it just really like it sort of it gives a little validation to me, being like, oh hey, I got into Higurashi sort of through card captors, and he made Rena sort of because of card captors, sort of, kind of, sideways, tangent, you know.
Right.
But yeah, so that's so then I would have gone from rewatching card captors to watching Higurashi. Then, like a year later, is when I would have found Haruhi Suzumiya. And from there, I just watched like the odd little, like the odd anime season every other year. So I think I went to Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maids. I remember watching that when that came out. Disappearance of Yuki Nagato, because that's what really got me back into anime, I suppose, because it was like, oh hey, this is from like the brand new season, which I think was the same season or a year later as when Dragon Maids came out. I would have gotten to Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 around about that time as well, which is where I got back into Yu-Gi-Oh! The final year at university, I got into fucking panty and stocking.
Hell yeah.
Which blew my mind in several fucking ways. It actually greatly influenced my like the art style that I currently sort of use when I'm drawing stuff. Because it's a wonderful art style, perfect blend of Japanese and American influence, animation style, which is bloody fantastic. And then from there I just started digesting more and more new anime, revisiting old ones, until when Go was announced, where it was like, because at that point I'd obviously started the retrospectives, and a part of me knew, oh hey, I'm going to have to talk about Go in some shape, way, or form.
Right.
So I might as well watch it as it comes out. Because at that point I'd seen Kira, or at least the only episode worth watching of Kira. So it was like, yeah, I want to see what comes next. And so for that I got Funimation Now, and through that I rewatched a load of old anime. I rewatched a load of new stuff. Hori Mira was a good one that I remember very early on. It's how I found Love is War. It's how I watched Danganronpa, actually. It's how I watched a whole load of stuff. And now I've moved over to Crunchyroll, and I've been like I said earlier, I've been taking a break recently, but that's where I watched the Phoenix Wright anime. I saw Spy Family, My Hero Academia, the god awful The Detective Is Already Dead, or whatever it's called. Yeah, so it's so I wouldn't say Power Rangers got me into anime. They were both just things I watched as a kid and have reclaimed as an adult. And I haven't watched like a lot of Super Sentai series. I've watched I've been on the peripheral. I've watched clips of a lot, and there are seasons I like over others. Fucking loved Zenkaija. Zenkaija is so fucking good.
I used to know all the. I used to know all the. Which one's correlated with which? Which one's Zenkaija?
Zenkaija was the 45th anniversary. It's the one where instead of a Red Ranger, he's a white one, and he's got the little V, and then all of like the other Rangers are Kikanoids, and they're all based off of different Megazords.
Oh, okay, yeah. Now I'm picturing that one.
I believe the character's name was Kaito.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the one where it was the gears, and the dude and then fucking Two Kaiser comes in, and I'm like, oh, hello, sir. This better not awaken anything in me. And I fucking love Two Kaiser because I really liked Go Kaiser as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've been sort of just like on the peripheral of Sentai ever since. I wasn't crazy about Don Brothers, and I'm kind of there with King Oja at the minute.
Right.
But I've actually been rewatching Power Rangers a little bit recently. I rewatched all of Wild Force like a year or so ago. I'm rewatching Lightspeed on and off at the minute. I'm gonna dive into the ones that I watched growing up. So we're talking Ninja Storm, Dino Thunder, SPD, RPM, and then I'll watch the ones that I never watched before at some point because they're all on YouTube. They're all free for people who don't know and want to go and experience them. Go and experience them. Power Rangers is good when it wants to be. When it wants to be.
SPD is like a really good season too.
SPD is so good, man. So good. Is it propaganda?
Little bit. Maybe.
Oh dear. Tell you what, if you want to give me a minute, I'm gonna switch some things around because I realize how dark it is and it's not gonna look good on the camera. Oh, baby. Yeah. Oh. And I say, let there be light.
Huh.
Did it work? I don't know. It's too delayed on my side.
It's very bright, but we can work with it.
If we put it down like that. Is that better?
Yep. Perfect.
Awesome. We'll go on like that then.
But for me, like, I think I grew up on like the old Godzilla movies.
Yeah.
Had a lot of them on VHS.
Oh.
Yeah. I love VHS. That's my favorite medium.
Really?
Yes, it's so classic, and you can have like these big things to fill out shelves, and a lot of it's like actual nicely done art instead of something digital.
No, I completely agree with you on that. I've got a shelf of DVDs and stuff above my thing. Like, I'll always go physical media over digital. Like, I'll still use Crunchyroll, and I've only recently gotten Netflix, but like, if I can buy something on DVD, I'm gonna go do that.
I definitely
Because I also like
physical.
bonus features.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a dying art form now because everything's uploaded to YouTube.
Oh God, right?
But it's handy in some regards because it's like, oh, I can't remember which DVD this one features on. I'll just look it up online. But at the same time, it's like, well, then what's the point in buying Blu-rays if it doesn't have special features? You know.
But yeah, I grew up with the old Godzilla movies and Power Rangers along with that. I didn't realize Power Rangers was a Japanese thing till later with Sentai.
Yeah.
But I was also into like The Last Samurai with Tom Cruise.
Oh.
That's one of my favorite movies. Mm-hmm. It's a really good movie.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
Amazing movie. It might still be free on YouTube. I'm not sure.
Oh, imagine.
Memoirs of a Geisha.
Remember when you could watch everything on YouTube?
Oh God, right? Varying qualities.
Yeah.
Memoirs of a Geisha was another one I loved growing up. So a lot of like I grew up with like a lot of Japanese media or inspired media.
Yeah.
So anime kind of came along with that because of that interest in Japan. So I sadly grew up on 4Kids. And my first series.
Look, 4Kids has its charm, you know.
Oh yeah,
like,
it's
there are, like, I'm not gonna deny I would love a more accurate like dub of Yu-Gi-Oh.
Mm-hmm.
But then we're going to lose the Shadow Realm.
Yeah.
And then where will we be?
Like it has its fun moments that are cringe, but then the really good ones like Shadow Realm. My first series was the localization of Tokyo Mew Mew, which was Mew Mew Power.
All right.
So that's probably why I favor that over Card Captors, is it felt more magical, girly.
Fair. I don't think we got Tokyo Mew Mew over here.
I'm not
because,
sure.
like the way TV works here in the UK is like a lot different from like cable in the US.
Yeah.
Because like, well, a long time ago, we had when TV was still like aerial signals, we had like 5 channels, like BBC One, BBC Two, ITV One, which was Channel 3, Channel 4, and then Channel 5, and then all that other stuff, all the stuff that would be on cable would be like Sky and Virgin Media and all this other stuff. So unless you had like those digital boxes things, you wouldn't be able to access all that on a normal TV. So so for like Pokemon, Digimon, Card Captors, they were all broadcast on these more easily accessible channels.
Right.
So kids were able to watch it a lot easier rather than being like, Dad, can you stop watching the football so that I can watch whatever on Cartoon Network? For him to turn around and go, fuck off. But Tokyo Mew Mew was one of the ones that didn't make it onto like the Saturday morning lineups or the weekday TV, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of 4Kids, someone sent me this yesterday. So this was my first time knowing of it yesterday.
Right.
I jokingly said, oh God, could you imagine if we had a 4Kids dub of Higurashi? And I was like, oh, they'll probably be named like Rachel or Kevin, she sent me a video of someone made a YouTube version of a 4Kids Higurashi.
Oh my fucking god.
And Rena's name was Rachel.
Nice.
And it was like it was a clip of Onikakashi, and it was so poorly dubbed. It was like, Rachel, I don't want to go to the fiesta. And it cuts. They made the where he's killing them with the bat. It was like beating a piñata for a fiesta.
Oh my fucking god. I love that.
I hated it, but I loved it at the same time.
You'll have to send me a link to
I
that,
will.
mate, because that sounds amazing.
Because I jokingly said it, I'm like, because we were talking about card captors and 4Kids and Tokyo Mew Mew. She was like, oh, you don't know. And now I do.
Now we are enlightened. Wow, my god.
Now, for the moment we've all been waiting for almost 3 hours in. Higurashi.
It's finally time!
Finally time to actually talk about Higurashi for more than 10 minutes.
Oh my god!
So with the
Watch,
retrospectives...
if a video version of this gets made, that's where, like, end of part 2 happens.
So with the retrospectives...
Yes.
Early on, you mentioned kind of the old guard of YouTube commentating as being inspirations for it.
Yeah.
You mentioned Linkara specifically. Did also Nostalgia Critic and you mentioned Cinemassacre. Did AVGN have influence as well with the skits with retrospect?
So not... I didn't watch The Angry Video Game Nerd growing up. That was something my friend liked, and so I'd seen the odd video, and even now I've watched the odd one because he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy with a good head on his shoulders.
Right.
But at the time, I didn't watch Angry Video Game Nerd. I was a Nostalgia Critic person. I only got into that like in his last year before the To Boldly Flee and the small break where he did demo reel, which I didn't watch. But then when he brought back the Nostalgia Critic, I watched for like 3-4 years, which would have taken us to when the retrospectives would have begun. Linkara, I didn't start watching until I was in university, so we're talking 2013. But when the allegations came out with the change the channel thing, I dropped Nostalgia Critic immediately.
Right.
And haven't really looked back since. But I've stuck with Linkara. I watched Lindsay Ellis when she still did stuff. And I do hate to say it, but like the Nostalgia Critic and that style of making jokes and skits and stuff did play into the early retrospectives. And like up until and including curse killing, I want to say.
Yeah. Because that's kind of when you started to lessen the skits a bit more.
Yeah. And you know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is entirely subjective. I don't think doing the Nostalgia Critic kind of ranty, angry man-child thing did those videos, those particularly those early ones, any good. Because the fact of the matter is that I do like Higurashi, but I was letting those nitpicks and things sort of ruin the whole experience when that's not really what the series should be about. if one of the core reasons for the retrospectives was to try and get more people into Higurashi, and to well, yeah, get more fans, get more people talking about it. If I'm then going, oh hey, I hate this, then that's completely ruining the whole point of doing it in the first place.
Right. Like it's good to. Go ahead.
No, you go.
Like it's good to point out like the negative flaws of a series because nothing's perfect.
Yeah.
With Higurashi, it's obviously, I guess, the sexualization of characters that are younger, and then having Irie.
That's a problem with anime in general, though.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. But I wasn't exactly not going to not point it out.
Yeah, Irie is the big flaw with the first season.
Oh, literally, they do not need to mention any of that, and it's fine. I don't even know why it's included to begin with.
I don't know either because they do nothing with it.
Yeah.
The VN
what's the point?
The VN implies that he's joking a lot more because there's just so much more you can do with him. But
yeah.
it's still weird and it does nothing for him except make you kind of hate him.
Yeah. And I mean, when you get into his backstory as well in the final arc, and you really come to like understand him and like what he does, what he's had to do.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be like, oh hey, this is a really this is a really interesting character. This is a really deep character. He's had like a lot going on, and you can kind of sympathize with him. But literally, one of the first things he fucking says, and it's that that just kind of overshadows everything that comes afterward.
Right.
And it's a big problem. It's a big problem. And I get that like in the past the age thing for consent in Japan should emphasize that was a lot younger.
They recently changed that within like the last 2 weeks.
No, what?
Yeah, they upped it to
Only
16.
the last 2 weeks. I thought they changed things like a couple of years ago.
No, they officially instated that the age of consent in Japan is now 16.
I mean, it should still be 18, but oh.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like there are. We can't pretend that like teenagers don't have sexual urges like once they start going through puberty, and that's what the initial law thing was there was there for. It was
right.
only for people. It was only for people between like the ages of like 16 and 13 or something. Like they could only do it with each other, which is still not great, but. That was only the national law. Individual provinces has had it higher for years. Okay. But yeah, it's still not a great thing that that was a thing at all. But like it's a really big, complicated topic.
It is.
And I mean, and it's not like it doesn't happen outside of Japan as well, which is absolutely terrible. One of the problems with like the curse killing video itself is the fact that, particularly at the time, I think I crossed some wires where I got like a sexual consent and age of consent to get married mixed up.
Yeah.
Which is still a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know. And it's and like yeah, don't do that. Marry someone of appropriate age. But I suppose my thinking was, well, if you're married, you're gonna have sex.
Yeah.
That's probably where I got the wires crossed.
It's pretty much hand in hand. It's
yeah. And you know, like that's a big dumb mistake on my part, and I'll freely admit that. It could have been explained a lot better, and I could have actually not had holes in my brain. What was the point we were making before we went on one hell of a
We
tangent?
were talking about how it's good to sometimes point out the negative flaws of a series or media,
like,
but still be like respectful with it instead of I hate this.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, like, if you do actively dislike something, that is fine, but you can also be nice about it. Like, I feel, as much as I'm not a fan of the eye-opening arc, I do still feel like I was fair to it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I freely say that it's not my cup of tea. I'll tell you what is my cup of tea. A cup of tea.
Oh. Like the one I just had.
Sonic Boom. Yeah, like, particularly with those early ones, I do feel like I was a lot more harsh for less of a reason.
Yeah.
It could have been worded better. It could have been. I mean, to be fair, that first one, the first retrospective, was done in the space of a month.
Right.
When I think about it, compare that to the 6 months that it took to do Atonement. And like, again, I was very gung ho on releasing the first one on the date of the cotton drifting, because why wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
So it might. So even at the time, it might not have been a standard that I was happy with. But at this point now, it's definitely like those. Definitely the first one. The second one, are definitely like not at the stage of like I'm not happy with them. I know I can do better.
Right.
I can't think what the right word is. If I did them now, there would be a lot of differences. Some changes, like there'd be more of the kind of jokes you would expect from like the latter half of the series. There'd be the inclusion of music. Audio quality would be better. Picture quality would be better. Just all kinds of stuff. I completely understand and sympathize with George Lucas when as he remade the original Star Wars films. I understand where he's coming from.
Yeah, that's something too, because I do plan eventually. I want to redo Onikakashi and Watanagashi's VNs as well as Doki Doki.
Yeah.
Because the way I did it was so cringe, voicing everyone. I gotta change it. I can't let those be the.
Hey, at least the streams disappear after 2 weeks.
Unless
Mine are
people
stuck on the
clip
internet
certain
forever.
parts.
Yeah. Excuse me. Ooh. But yeah, there's so much that would be changed if I did them now.
Mm-hmm.
And whether they'd be better is entirely. I would change. I would have to rewrite. Definitely the first two, maybe even the third one. If I'm honest, the only ones I'm really happy with are Time Wasting, Eye Opening, and Atonement.
Right.
Though Curse Killing is a step in the right direction to a level of to a standard that I'm happy with.
Yeah.
I guess. Hello?
Yeah. I was. So next would be completely jumping question directions here. Do you have a background in like musical theater? Due to
I do actually.
How much
Is
you
it
reference
obvious?
how much you reference musicals and especially Heathers?
So I'm not. I have a background in musicals. I wouldn't say I'm a musical fan. I did I did musical theatre for about 9 years growing up, before I went to university, because it was too far away, and I didn't want to travel every weekend, and I liked the idea of actually being able to relax on a weekend. We did a couple of like original musicals. We also did like musical adaptations of Aladdin, The Wizard of Oz, Little Shop of Horrors. There was another Disney one, wasn't there? Beauty and the Beast. And I never really had like a big role or anything. I was part of the ensemble. For better or, well, probably for the better. Though I did try for a couple of different roles from time to time. My sister is more of a musical person. And I think because she's a musical person and she plays musicals all the friggin' time, when we're in the car, when we're at home, it just got to a point where it was like, to me, every single musical sounded the same, and they all kind of like blended together, and in that regard, I didn't like them as much. Until one day on the YouTubes, I found a video, a Doki Doki video.
Oh.
Where it was the Shine a Light reprise, but with Sayori. And to me, I just thought that was a great and funny and interesting song. And I discovered Heathers sort of like through that.
Yeah.
And to me, like the music that they have in Heathers sounds a lot different from a lot of the other musicals, and I can't really articulate it that well because I'm an idiot. But I just really like the like just the different songs. I think they're really good songs. And the way that they used Shine a Light, the Shine a Light reprise with Sayori, I just thought was really, really clever. Poor Sayori, again, every time. But a couple of other songs just like stood out to me as just like really, really fun. Like I really like the first one, which is Beautiful. Mainly for the now I've got to try and remember the song off the top of my head. Apologies for headphone users, by the way. You're about to hear some truly terrible singing, sir. And you know, life can be beautiful. I pray for a better way. 'Cause we changed before, we can change once more. We can be beautiful, but not today. And I just found it was really funny. Like really funny and really good, and I like female protagonists. That was another like major factor in it. Yeah, 3 hours. 3 hours and going, baby.
And I've only asked like 2 of the Higurashi specific questions. It took like, what was it, like an hour and a half for us to get to the questions about you specifically.
Yep.
Hell yeah. I love it.
5 more years. 5 more years.
Also, thank you for the follow, Kazdi But I haven't seen the musical for Heathers. Have you seen the movie for it?
I would honestly, I haven't, but I need to, and I want to.
I love the
Someone
movie.
Someone said that I look like, and his name escapes me right now, but
Christian Slater.
Yes, which is another name to add to the list of people I just so happen to look like. That's the problem with generic face syndrome. Whoever drew me was a very generic artist.
Right.
Thanks for that.
Mhm.
I can look like Tom Cruise. I can look like David Tennant. I can look like Matt Smith. I can look like Richard Hammond. I look like, what was his name again? Christian Slater. I can't remember.
Christian Slater, Keiichi, technically Satoshi
Keiichi, that's another
Nakasaka.
one. Yeah, by extension, those guys. Fuck.
That random
I'm
little
so
kid
bland.
and that random little kid and fucking whatever chapter he showed up in.
Yep. Doctor Who fan in the chat. Look forward to the 60th. It's gonna be good.
Oh yeah,
I've got
Crew's
nothing
big
for
on
it.
Doctor Who.
Yeah. I've literally got a screwdriver right here.
But the musical thing, I've only done one, and it was in junior high. My two mods in chat know what I'm referring to, because we're all IRL friends.
Oh.
Um,
Oh, friends.
I was in a.
IRL friends.
I was like the main villain of that musical, and it was
Oh.
yeah. There's one picture of me that I still use on Facebook. It's me and all the makeup, and I had this really stupid fucking rainbow like vest because it was set in like the 60s. And it was Emperor's New Clothes, but like 60s themed.
Oh. I mean, that sounds interesting.
It was dumb. I had to rap in it. I don't know why.
Oh, why?
I hope every copy of that video is gone, but
King Elements, you've got a copy of it. Post it now. Post it now. Do it now.
but yeah, it's funny because anytime like I'd get into like a Facebook debate with people that were like right-wing douches.
Oh.
They'd go through my Facebook photos because that's what you do when you get into an online argument is you go through their profile and find stuff to point out against them. They'd look at this picture of junior high me from like 2013, like look at this dork in makeup and a rainbow vest.
Wow.
I'm like, yeah, that's from a musical, dude. I don't just go around wearing that.
It was a phase, man.
It was a phase for one day.
It was a one-day phase.
Cal would not have a video of a fucking junior high musical. There's no way.
Oh. No. He can blackmail you with it.
There's plenty yes that he could blackmail me with. But retrospective question again.
Yes.
So what's it like working on the retrospectives? Because you already have to deal with copyright issues, which are hell on YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then you have like YouTube comments, which can be all over the place. The VN purists, which have to point out
I haven't had the VN purists. Well, there's been one or two people who have been like, here's what happens in the VN, and I do appreciate that. But the whole point of the anime retrospective is that we retrospect the anime. Though I do appreciate them being like, here's the answer to whatever question you might have.
Here's like the
So,
context behind this.
Yeah, so for the people who are interested, they can go back and do it. Excuse me while I check my phone, because there was one the other day that was talking about the because I said something in the eye-opening arc where I didn't understand like if it was just like Mion and audio in the big Sonosaki house, and this person did like there was someone like 11 days ago who did explain that there are a few maids that take turns to take care of the household. However, they do not live there. Shion meets up with. This is probably spoilers for what you're about to play.
I've actually just
Shion
read
meets
that
up
the
with-
other day.
Oh well, there you go then. You know better than me. Shion meets up with one of them briefly while disguised as Mion and tells her off because Oreo is in a terrible mood and it would be best not to come in for a while. So like that's all well and good. And like I'm not saying that the anime should explain every single little detail because that's just not how storytelling works.
Yeah.
Sometimes ambiguity is a good thing. One of the things I would change about the curse killing one is like the fact that we don't know if Teppei is still alive, if he's alive or dead.
Yeah.
After Keiichi kills him. I say conditional clause, he does kill him. The ambiguity of whether he is actually alive or not is actually legitimately very good.
I like that too.
But I don't say that. But I don't say it in the retrospective. So like that's like one thing I would change. There's many things I would change, but you know that's one thing to add there. But I do appreciate the people who do come in and be like, here's an explanation for this. I do moderate them just to be like, in the off chance that someone who hasn't experienced the story before is like reading the comments to if they mention like say a certain character who doesn't get introduced until season 2, who's very important, then I don't want that to be the way that this new person finds out, because you want it to be them learning it through experiencing the story. Because that's just
general courtesy.
Yeah, general courtesy. That's it. There have been one or two. Like, I mean, like with any comment section, you'll get people who are like, and I see it a lot on time wasting. A lot of people weren't happy with the frequency of jokes as well as the frequency of sketches, which I don't disagree with. I will freely admit that, particularly with that one, there are a lot. There are a lot of cutaway gags, there are a lot of jokes, there are a lot of sketches. Maybe too much. I will freely admit that. But at the same time, those are arguably some of my favorite sketches that I did.
Yeah, and it's also kind of what your channel's kind of been.
Yeah, I like as I've developed away from the more nostalgia critic influence, where I sort of like tone down the seriousness, where I leave in goofs, where I just leave in like random rambly thoughts that I might have at the time. Those sketches and stuff where I do go full blown, oh hey, let's put on a costume and pretend to be a character. It's a lot of fun. It's stretching a creative muscle that I don't get to do a lot of.
Right.
And I mean, I wouldn't be able to do it in lip flap form, so I'm gonna do it in live action form.
Right.
As much as I wish I could do it in lip flap form, it's just impossible. Or at least it would take so long that the videos wouldn't even come out. That they wouldn't even see the light of day. But no, working on the retrospectives themselves, they're very time consuming, because you've got to put a lot of thought into it. I'm gonna make it sound a lot harder than it actually is.
Yeah.
But it's like as time went on, I did find it getting harder and harder to do them. Be that through like personal expectations that I like put on myself, thinking that there were expectations from the audience, which they very well may have been. Whether I met them or not is completely up to them.
Right.
Like to the individual viewer. Not to mention juggling day job, trying to get into the field that I actually want to get into. Other videos, because I should also be putting out other stuff in the meantime. As well as just what I can actually do in the allotted time that I have to film. Because a lot of the live action stuff, in fact all of the live action stuff, would have been filmed in June, believe it or not. So like even stuff that was released like in like September, November, December, they were filmed all the way back around about the time of the cotton drifting, actually, because that would be the time when my parents would go on holiday. I would have the whole house to myself, and it was like, oh, I've got access to more than just this one location. I can do a funny thing on the stairs. I can do a scene in the kitchen that mimics the kitchen scene.
Right.
The real hard one was, once again, time wasting, because that was in the middle of a lockdown. So everyone was in the house. Which is why a lot of it is shot either in my room or in a forest where there's no one else. Well, I say no one else. When I went out to... I really like this story, actually. When I went out to film those bits, I'd like scouted the location like a day or two before to be like, okay, no one really comes this way. It's a good place. I know where to go for here. I know where to go for here. I can set up shots, blah, blah, blah. As I was setting up, particularly the Akasaka stuff, I heard some rustling, just off and away. And when I had like a little like shifty look, there was a family just like walking through the forest, and I was like, oh, well, okay. I'll just stay here and do this thing. And they actually ended up like coming by, and they assumed that I was filming something for like university. So they were like, oh, so are you a student? You're doing an essay? And I was like, yes, that's what I'm doing. And bear in mind, as I'm doing this, I'm wearing a full suit with a shirt and everything. And as like the kids are like running off and away, and they're like making their way away, and I think the mum is like, oh hey, I'm sorry if they're loud or anything. We'll be out of the way in a minute. It's like sorry, they're a little weird. And I just looked at her. I looked down at what I was wearing, then I looked back up, and I was just like, I'm wearing a suit in the middle of a forest. They're not the weird ones.
Speaking of that, I forgot to put this as a question. Oh. Was that suit kind of inspired by like Sentai? Or not suit, that sketch?
The whole skit was very Sentai inspired.
Because you have
in an ideal...
You have like the spinny bit. That's so Sentai.
Yeah. In an ideal world where I could have gotten Bearded Karibo down to do something, because he likes Power Rangers as well. If we could have gotten him down, I would have gotten him as my cameraman, and we would have had so much fun just doing full proper Sentai stuff. And like, what ended up on screen was decent enough, but it could have been a lot better. And I mean, like, a couple of the shots are blurry. That would have been like, a cameraman would have been beneficial. I'll tell you what, actually, mentioning Sentai stuff. So, there are, obviously, with any project, some things end up on the cutting room floor. For eye-opening, for a good while, I fully intended to build like a Sentai-inspired suit for Keiichi.
What?
And the skit was gonna be that in the bit where he turns up to stop the bullies from attacking Shion. It was gonna cut to live, like when they're all ganging up and like, yeah, what are you gonna do about it, eh? It was gonna cut to live action, and it was gonna be like, I'll show you what I'll do about it, and I would have pulled out like a morpher or something, and the idea was, because I found my Game Boy Advance SP, and it was gonna be like game inspired. So you'd flick open like the thing, and you'd hear like a disembodied voice being like, "Insert the cartridge," and I would have had like an old thing, would have slotted it in, would have put in the Konami code,
Oh my
It would have been
God.
like up, down, left, right, BA, start. Boom, slap it into the belt, and it would have been. I imagined a full morphing sequence, and I would have made a mask for it. I've got like a red scarf that would symbolize like the red shirt. I've got like a white, sort of like running thing that would have been like the normal shirt. I've got like, in my mind, I had these things put together that would have worked for it. I would have asked my giant of a friend to be like, hey, could you come be one of the bullies? We'll get a couple of people around and just have a fun skit or something. And it would have been, I think it would have been really funny.
That sounds hilarious.
It would have been really funny, but it would have delayed the video so fucking long.
Right.
Like, I don't like like that video would not have come out in 2021 or whenever it was. Um, there was like even in sort of like while that was still a thing, there was like mild planning ahead for Atonement, being like, oh hey, could Mion get one? Because if anyone was gonna get a gamer Common Rider-esque thing, it would be Mion. She's the game person.
That's all we need is Sentai versions of all the Higurashi characters.
Oh my god, yes. I'll fucking design it and make costumes or something. I don't know. It would have been fun. It would have been a fun, creative thing. It just would have been something different.
Right.
But that obviously didn't happen. Maybe for the better. But I can't remember a lot of the stuff that was cut pre-eye-opening, because again, like, because of that, like, assumed sort of like self-imposed pressure that I thought I might have gotten. I was really worried about it being good, and that people would like it. So it was like, maybe I'll cut that just so people don't get angry or whatever, and change some jokes and things. And it's all just part of the creative process. I can only remember those two in particular. I don't remember a lot being cut from earlier ones because there wasn't that pressure.
Right.
Since the retrospectives really didn't take off until Time Wasting, and particularly when Go came out, because obviously a lot of people would have seen Go and been like, oh hey, what's Higurashi? Beep boop 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 boop. Oh hey, here's some idiot explaining it. He probably knows stuff. Wait till they find out that I know nothing. Just a big old empty head.
It's a phony.
It's a phony! A big fat phony! I suppose that also kind of like put some pressure on, because like the retrospectives, I think at that point the most views any of them had gotten had been like the 3,000. I want to say it's hard to remember off the top of my head.
Right.
But it was after that when they all started taking off.
Because eye-opening has like 10,000.
I can't remember what they've all got. I know that
Atonement almost has 4, I think.
yeah. I'll be honest. I've been a little surprised at like how slow Atonement's been, only because. But then again, it's like the most recent one. I'm not too surprised. Yeah, Atonement's 3.6. Eye openings past 10k, which is very humbling. Come on, load, damn it. Time wasting is 12k at least. Because Curse Killing's in 2 parts. One has 9.9, the other is 7.5. Cotton Drifting is 15.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. And then Spirited Away by Demons is 11. I'm very surprised that the second one's the most viewed one.
That's
But
what I'm
I'm also
thinking
kind
too.
of glad because if it like to be fair, the first one is not a good entry way. I guess I don't know. It's fine. I don't know. I'm tired.
It has its merits.
Yeah, like I said, I would change so much about it.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you for the follow. Oh, Kokoro. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Kokoro.
Also, welcome
We
in
also
Kitten,
have Kitten.
and Schuster. Kitten is
Kitten and Schuster,
one
hello.
of my artists for the channel. She made the picture that I use.
They did the yeah. It's very cool. It's very good. You are amazing.
And I think Drew's getting her somehow involved in Abridged, but I'm not sure on what.
That should be very cool. We've got a lot of, I mean, well, everyone's great.
Mhm.
Everyone's great on Abridged. Except me. I'm a fake.
Lies. Usoda.
It's the truth. And you know it.
No. Ow. Pop my back.
My back.
Yeah, my back carrying that one line of Watanagashi.
See, that's the only reason it did so well, because you're one.
It's because I told Rena in the bath that Keiichi was wanting to speak to her.
Every night in the bath. It's a ritual. My own little Keiichi ritual.
So some of that with we were talking earlier about the VN and kind of filling in the holes of the context of the series in the anime. I think it's good that people point that out, because there are some things that without the context of the VN or even the manga at some points,
Oh yeah.
there's a lot from the anime that should be seen as a flaw, as much as we love the series.
Yeah.
There's some things like the van scene in Onikakashi.
Yeah, I still don't know about that. I can't. I think someone did comment about it, but my brain is a sieve, so it doesn't immediately spring to mind.
People theorize that it's actually like the hospital trying to take him in. The VN implies it as maybe because it's like a very narrow pathway that he's traveling on. They just imply, or it's implied that he's imagining them trying to hit him, when in reality it's just a car trying to get past him on this small driveway.
There is no van.
Yeah, it's like a small car. The van was a lie.
No, like there's just nothing there. He's literally just walking along, and then just.
Trent almost falls in the rice paddy.
Yeah, why not? I think that's a very cagey thing.
Other missing context that would have been good to have in the series, in the anime, I mean. As much as I like that the Tomitake at the festival scenes is just kind of like a photo montage,
Yeah.
it is kind of important in the context of why Oishi talks to Keiichi. That the reason that they know he's related is because of the punishment game they all give to Tomitake, where they're all writing their names on his chest for losing.
Right. Okay. Yes.
Instead of it just being, oh hey, here's this random kid, where I'm going to question him about this death.
Hey kid, what do you know about this random guy? Honestly, absolutely nothing.
Himatsubushi's anime adaptation is missing a lot compared to the VN.
Which one's that one?
Time wasting.
Oh right. No, yeah. So the one that I'm aware of is there's like a game of mahjong that that Oishi gets Akasaka involved with.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'm glad it's not there.
I'm glad that's not there either. Although it does set up that Oishi knows the festival not festival manager, the damn project manager, because he's one of the guys that they play with.
Right.
For me, time wasting's missing a lot of like the stuff with the village, and the hostility. because we don't see the riot scene that happens as they're passing through to go find the kid, which is where you see Mion kind of setting up her involvement in the protests. We don't get any of like the village sussing out Akasaka immediately as an outsider.
Okay. But I mean, from my understanding, it's like they're a very close-knit community. So if just like a random guy turns up, isn't that
like they have
that kind of obvious?
The town council meeting at the end, and Oreo already knows that an officer came in, and like as Akasaka's getting off the bus, you have a scene where people on the bus are already staring at him like they know something's weird.
Oh.
So I think it focuses on the cute stuff with Rika, which is good.
Yeah.
But it kind of needs a bit more of that hostility with the town versus Akasaka, who's trying to understand. And then the elephant in the room of missed context. The conversation I've been looking forward to is Shion. I have not finished Eye Opening's VN chapter yet, but there is a lot the anime... I mentioned in our DM when I brought up talking about Shion. I do accept that there are flaws with the anime's adaptation of her. A lot of flaws. They make her very yandere a bit.
When we should emphasize she's not a yandere.
She's not, despite my misleading name and image of the channel.
She's a bitch.
Oh, wait a minute. let me cook. There's a lot that's
let him cook.
There's a lot that's being missed out here on Shion, where they do make her a bitch in the anime. I will accept that.
Everyone clip that! Someone clip that quick!
It's worth
Save
it.
it to the highlights, quick!
It is worth it. She is a deserved bitch. Queen bitch. Let her cook. She's doing well. Queen energy. Shion stands rise up. But the VN does contextualize a lot of her hostility and the dissension from the family. Rather than the way the anime kind of sets it up, which you mentioned comes off as almost ungrateful. That she's still alive and all that. They do, in the VN, more shun her from the family. Like, very limited times are they allowed to call or talk to her. Most of the family is quite against her being around. Because you have Akane, who's kind of middle ground on her side of things.
Yeah.
But is still under the gaze and her own distrust and disliking from Oreo. Which is why Akane is kind of skipped over for the right to be heir of the family.
From what I understand, from what I've read, she fell in love with the guy that Oreo didn't approve of. They had a sword fight. She beat Oreo. But to save face or whatever, Oreo was like, I'll stay head. You will just skip a generation or whatever, but to the outside world, I fucking hate you.
Mm-hmm. It's also kind of the whole Yakuza dealings as well with her husband. And being kind of...
so whose side is it that is like the Yakuza thing? Like are they both Yakuza families, or is it like one of them is and one of them isn't?
It is Mion and Shion's dad. That's the Yakuza member.
Okay, so before that, what was Oreo's family like then?
It was just kind of like head of like the city, or not city, village.
Yeah. Okay. And then they got the Yakuza from that. Okay.
Yeah.
See, that's an interesting thing I wouldn't have mind finding out in the anime.
We need more of like Oreo's backstory as well, which we keep getting stuff that's like delayed. Like in Hunter's interview, you mentioned it's only something manga, which is going to be Orio's backstory in like the 20s.
Ooh. Ooh.
And with that, I also want to say I like your theory, and I've approved it as headcanon, that Oreo was also a twin.
Yeah, I think, to me, that just kind of makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so, the way I imagine it is that, like, she grew up, like, not knowing about the twin.
Right.
And then someone at some point just, like, let slip by accident that she was born with a twin.
Right.
And then I can imagine her being, like, very pissed about it. Whether she was head of the family at this point or not is entirely subjective. But then, when it comes time when Mion and Shion are born, she sort of, like, thinks of, oh, hey, that relationship I never got to have with my sister, or my twin.
Mm-hmm.
I want to give that opportunity to these.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know it's said a couple of times that she has to keep up this facade of being
Kind of like a hard ass, and
I wanted to use a much stronger word there, but then I remembered that you guys don't like the C word.
oh no, I'm perfectly fine with it. I don't.
Okay, yeah, so
She's kind of cunt.
no, yeah, like she has to come across as just this absolute cunt.
Yeah.
But underneath all that, she does have a heart of gold, and well, maybe not gold, but
no,
she does have a heart.
In the VN, in time wasting's tips sections, which are like expanded things behind the scenes of the main story.
Yeah.
She does care for grandchildren in general, because she knows the minister's grandson was the one kidnapped, and is like worrying about if the kid's okay.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
And she does care
That's
for
another thing I
Mion
got really wrong with the retrospective. I completely forgot about like the whole actual like connections between everything because I'm a goddamn idiot, man.
It happens, but
Yeah.
it's just more missing context. I do hope that, I don't know if it will happen, but I want that theory of her being a twin to be real, because it gives really good depth to Oreo.
I mean, I'll tell you what, if that does friggin' turn up in this Oreo manga, add it to the list. Add it to the list. Oh, for God's sake.
So that brings us back to the Shion conversation, where
Yeah,
we're just missing
sorry.
so much context of her character and why she acts the way she does.
Yeah.
Because without
It,
that,
like it is to her detriment, like the detriment of her character in the anime. Because I'm more than sure that she's like, because as I understand that, like when she does eventually fall off of the balcony, there's like a whole thing where she's like genuinely sorry and stuff.
yeah, she regrets even the shit with Satoko, where she's beaten her in the school.
Yeah, because like she's even like in another life. I hope we can be closer or something like that. I can't remember.
Yeah.
I only glanced it once. But with the anime, it does just feel like any kind, like, I don't know. Yeah, it's like there's just a lot of stuff that could have been done better.
And
And it happens. Like poor adaptations do happen.
right. And I
Unfortunately.
do wish that they marketed more on the full remake with Go and Sotsu. And maybe could have added that context to things with Shion.
See, like the whole remake thing with Go, because I alluded that I had an idea about it being a remake but from a slightly different angle. The full context of that is actually radically different from what we ended up getting. What I really wanted from Go and by extension Sotsu, was essentially a series of anthology arcs that detailed the 100 years that Rika was looping.
I was hoping that's what Higurashi Origin was going to be.
What's that?
It's well, it was just announced early this month, I think. But they released it. It's just a DLC for the VN on console.
Oh well.
Lets people on console play with the Rikishi sprites.
Oh. Great.
They added this weird Kira episode 1-esque chapter.
Oh no. With Ryukishi sprites.
The original version had the Ryukishi sprites. Now you can have them updated to the modern sprites.
My god.
And it's almost the exact same as the swimsuit episode from Rei. Except instead of the focus being Keiichi's underwear that they have to get rid of, it is the girls took like magic swimsuits from the shrine and they have to remove those because it will destroy the galaxy or some shit.
What the shimmering fuck?
Yeah. It's wild. We needed that instead of more Rika backstory.
I don't understand Japan, man. Jeez, wow, that's thrown me for a loop.
I was just gonna do that.
For a loop.
Classic funny man.
Funny joke. No.
Okay, joke Yoda.
Oh my god.
Classic game
But
groups.
no, yeah, for sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say like if what I kind of imagined for Go and Satsu, like if we want to talk like an ideal arc to be made and animated or whatever, I would legitimately love to see Rika's first loop and like her reaction to it. Because you got to remember, like, at that point, she is just 10, 11 years old. So,
And
when
she'd been
she
doing
wakes
it
up, she's
since
gonna
she
be...
was younger, too, in the VN.
Oh, really?
Yes, in the tips again. They have it from... It's like a diary page from her mom. And it's implying how, like, disassociated and incredibly mature Rika is for her age. Which is, like, really, really young in grade school. And she's, like, perfectly cooking these, like, dishes and hasn't been taught how. So she's had lots of experience through looping to know how to, like, do things like cooking.
Yeah. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, like, we essentially see, like, the first time it happens. Because the first time it happens, she's going to assume that everything was a dream or something.
Right.
Like, that's just gonna happen. Then when things start happening again, she's gonna be like, oh shit, oh, this is just like my dream. Second, because it's literally, what's the there's the poem at the beginning of Atonement that I fucking did. Manga, help me. The first time I think to myself, well, it's only this once, the tragedy I couldn't avoid. That being the first loop, obviously. Not yet, yes. Second time, I was shocked that it happened again, a tragedy I couldn't avoid. The third time, it goes beyond shock to agony. Once it reaches 7, it starts to become a comedy. That's the thing I kind of want to see, because, like, she's going to start off really hopeful. And that's something that just we, as an audience, in any medium, haven't really seen.
Right.
And you can end, and even if like you end that first arc by very quickly showing her dying in the second and the third and the fourth and the fifth loop, you can still have her be hopeful enough to be like, I can get it next time. And that's the real tragedy of it, because she doesn't know how long she's going to be here. And then obviously with like the other arcs of this supposed series, you can just explore different loops without following the same formula of well, the stuff we've seen before.
Yeah.
You know, so you could like essentially those 5 loops that happen in cat deceiving. You'd have those like fully fleshed out.
Mm-hmm.
And as actual arcs, and you could just be like, oh hey, this is all part of the same timeline that's already happened. We're just filling in some blanks. We're telling some interesting what if stories with these characters. Where's the world where Rika actually tries to tell everyone what she's doing? Because there is no way that she lasted 110 years being like, yeah, I'm not going to tell everyone. There's got to be a world where she actually went to them and said, look, guys, I'm Groundhog Daying. Has that film come out yet? I don't know. And trying to like explain it to them, trying to explain to them, and they're just like pushing her off or whatever. And it's just there's so much stuff you can do in the past of Higurashi that won't affect what we've already gotten. And that way, we won't character assassinate any characters. Isn't that right, Sotoko?
I loved that Hunter used the term character assassination. I didn't know what to call it.
Because it was character assassination.
Yes, it was.
I just have it in my head, Rika making this amazing dish, her friend going, oh my god, this is the best thing I've ever tasted. And her just being like, no shit. Yeah. Yeah. She's doing ratatouille. That is essentially what happens, I suppose. Actually, how is Rika as a chef? Because it's usually Sadako who cooks, isn't it?
Well, from what the VN says, she's actually pretty good too.
That's fair. I mean, 100 years. Which is how long the stream's gonna last, am I right, boys and girls? 100 years!
Yes.
Yeah!
Is there anything else you want to share about Shion?
She's got a nice sweater.
She does have a nice sweater, and
It's a nice sweater, I guess.
I
don't know.
hate how the VN sprites. There's only one version of the sprites that has that sweater, and it's the Ryukishi sprites.
Oh, really?
Everything else,
it's just like a vest or something, isn't it?
Yeah, they make it like a blouse in the other ones.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Oh no, I think the Steam sprites have her in like the vest too, and I like those. I actually like the Steam sprites for Mion and Shion more than the rest of the series, and those are the only 2 Steam sprites I like.
Eiichi's best look is surprisingly Go-Sotsu somehow.
I don't know, man. Those Ryukishi sprites grew on me.
No. Look, I like Lego, but no.
You don't like?
No.
You don't like the ham hands?
No. That's a Danganronpa reference. I know that one.
For me, Shion is someone I probably relate to the most in like an emotional sense based on the VN's context, as I do have a lot of like dissension and dissension from family for various reasons. So I kind of understand some of where she's coming from, especially with the lack of ability to make proper relationships with people.
Yeah.
Due to that kind of shunning and pushing away. So that's kind of where I come from on the side of defending her for some of her actions. At least in the non-anime adaptations.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they really do kill her.
They do not treat Shion well in the anime.
No.
And Go Sotsu made it even worse.
Oh god, again, from past interviews, she does nothing but die for like.
No, you know what? No, you know what it is. It's like, have you ever seen that clip from Chowder where like all kind of stuff's going on, and I forget her name now, but like the fairy thing comes in, it's like, hello, what about? And Chowder's just like, no, you're not in this episode, and she pops out of existence. That's what happened to Shion in the entirety of Gosatsu. She wasn't. Was she even there when? Actually, no. Hang on. Was she there when like at the train station at the end? I genuinely can't remember. I don't think she was.
No, she's
No.
legit just in it for the Mion arc when she dies.
Yeah. Yeah. They did Shion dirty, and yeah.
Oh, I think they show up
her
at
and
the.
Satoshi.
I think they show up at the very end. Because I know Satoshi wakes
wasn't
up.
there because
He wakes up in the
because
DVD part.
Yeah, that's all we get of him. You know, the big thing we've been waiting for. Satoshi just goes, and no one's there to see him.
Shion might have shown up at the very end for that, because I'm remembering, because there's the picture of Shion where there's like the leaves coming in, because that's how the end starts. I don't know. I'm trying to describe this. So like it's the leaves coming in as Ryu's playing. She might have shown up for like a split frame, and then Satoshi wakes up. I don't know. It's been a while since I've watched Gosotsu.
It's coming to my brain. If I remember correctly, it's like because Sadako remains there, Teppei turns up, he's got the meat or something.
Mm-hmm.
Shion jumps at her from behind, grabs her, and she's like, "Hey, I'm still a character, I guess."
Yes.
And that's when she does the thing.
Yeah.
Yes. See, he's got meats. He's got the meats.
Teppei does have
This
meat.
is what
Just
I
ask
meant when I
Tataka.
said earlier. This is what I meant when I said earlier, where give me time and I can actually like picture some things in my brain from the anime.
Mm-hmm. I think Hunter
It
picked
takes-
up on what I said. I said, yeah, Teppei's got meat. Just ask Satoko.
Oh. I'm not associated with this man. I'm leaving.
Wait. Oh, my back. God damn.
Ah, my back.
Yeah, sitting in these hard chairs is really tough.
Oh my god, these hard chairs. I've got a pillow, but it's not helping me in the slightest.
Anyway, on the topic of
Anyway.
moving on. On the topic of character relatability, you also had kind of a headcanon theory, which is all but confirmed, I think, that Keiichi is on the spectrum.
I agree with what Kan said, where like, let's be honest, like, are any of the club members neurotypical? But like Keiichi was the one that jumped out the most to me, just from relating how his journey through education seems to have gone very similarly to mine,
Right.
Because I'm on the autism spectrum as well.
Mhm.
And maybe this is just like projecting onto a character, because I've also said the exact same things for funnily enough, Yuri from DDLC, when we got the when DDLC Plus came out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
I still
looking
haven't
at,
touched
those,
on that yet.
Yeah. Oh well, it's interesting. But like the background stories with her sort of like hinted towards certain things to me. Not that I'm an expert. I should point out I don't consider myself an expert.
Right.
I'm just really old. We don't talk about Yuri. What's wrong with Yuri?
Yuri's
I know
best
she's
girl.
not. She's evil. Yuri's fine. She's fine. She's fine. She's no Sayori, but she's fine.
Oh.
Oh.
Maybe I just have a type. I'm into the ones that are like crazy.
Why does this keep happening to me?
Why do I do this to myself? Oh, another yandere.
Guys, I think he's got a type.
It's okay, Akano from DD is like that a little bit too. I just keep doing this.
I forgot the point I was trying to make. No, yeah, like even when I was watching friggin' K-On!, I started to wonder if what's the black-haired girl in K-On! Called again?
I haven't watched K-On!
K-On! Is legitimately very good. It gave me an existential crisis that I wasn't expecting. It made me question what I was doing with my life. So fucking fantastic anime. But yes, her. Her. Thank you, Hunter. I speak the English. But like little bits, like just little things, kind of like that she. Well, I suppose you could even say, why am I forgetting all of their names? Brain is made of cheese.
K-On! Girl number 3.
K-On! Girls 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I suppose 5 as well. It was better when there was 4 of them. I'm forgetting all their names. It doesn't matter, but like a couple of them sort of like got me thinking, and at that point I was like, I need to stop assuming like that every anime character under the sun is fucking autistic, because this is just gonna become a thing, and I don't want it to. But yeah, I do think Can is right in saying that like they've each got their own little thing going on.
They're so autism is a line that is almost on par, Hunter, with you saying Gosotsu was a flaccid dick of an anime.
I like how we both stopped to read it as well. That's what the radio... We were just like... Speaks the truth.
It is true.
I speak nothing but the truth. There you go. Oh my god.
Autism core.
We've got badges.
Sir,
got
please
badges
present
and
your
jackets.
badge.
What were we talking about before?
Relating with Keiji.
Yeah, so, I like, as much as I presented it as a theory, I don't know, like, look, if Ryukishi turns around tomorrow and says that Keiichi isn't, I'm not gonna lose any sleep about it.
Mm-hmm.
If he is, he is, if he's not, he's not, that's fantastic either way. But, like, it's just something that I didn't know if anyone else had ever mentioned it, so it was just like, hey, let's throw this out here in my extremely questionable video.
I've noticed Rena in the fandom is the one that people kind of associate more with.
Yeah. Which is understandable.
Mm-hmm. She's the more fixated on things side of the spectrum.
True. But then there's also like the you've also got to wonder though, is that like how much of that is sort of like implied autism, and how much of that is quirky anime girl.
Right. I think it kind of
like,
stems from Rikishi's time with being a civil servant. You could pass it off more as he's experienced this from people with autism and undiagnosed. I think if it was
even
any
then,
other,
it's 1980s. So
yeah, I think if it was any
it's
other.
19
Oh. Go ahead.
I was gonna make a joke just saying it's the 1980s. They're not gonna know what to do. So
Exactly. But yeah, if it was any other writer, I don't think it would be talked about as much,
yeah,
and it would just be resorted to, oh, it's just a trope.
yeah, yeah. I don't like because and obviously like there are many different kinds of autism. So like
Right.
well, to be fair, like my aunt who like of the family like knows the most about autism because she really like helped me when I was younger. She's of the opinion that like there's no such thing as neurotypical, that like everyone is autistic in some degree, just some have it a lot more severe than others.
Yeah.
Which is a nice sentiment. I don't know if there's any evidence to say if it is or not,
Right.
but it's an opinion. Yeah. Someone will go out and start putting everyone on the autism wheel now. Like, this is what they have, this is what they have, this is what they have. That should be interesting.
Right.
I'm not doing it. Hunter, you can make it part of your timeline videos.
He's got to get the next Rent-A-Girlfriend video out. Whenever put him on the wheel too, the author of Rent-A-Girlfriend.
Honest, yeah. Whoever the main the main character as well, he is like dead center of the autism wheel.
He is.
I don't even watch it. I don't even watch it, and I know enough to be like, what? You're one of them. But she's one of them.
But character relatability is something that is important to me with Higurashi.
Yeah.
Because like there's something with each of the characters that I can identify with and help me kind of relate more with the series and use it. I'll mention this earlier, or not earlier, later in my what Higurashi means to you answer.
In 10 hours.
Yes, and probably 6 at this point. We're burning through these Higur questions. But
we're taking a leisurely stroll, my man.
But like
we're like Mary Poppins and Dick Van Dyke's character, just walking down the charcoal street, whatever it is.
But like I mentioned with Shion, I relate with her family struggles. Rika, it's the feelings of being stuck.
Yeah. A big mood.
Mm-hmm.
Big mood.
Feelings of being stuck and almost hopeless at some points.
Yeah.
Rena, kind of the same with the family struggle issues, though hers are more specific to me. Having dealt with people that have come and gone and weren't the greatest. Along with that, Satoko, as someone that's grown up with abuse and trauma, that's someone that I've... Gosotsu ruined my thoughts on her, but as a character that I initially...
Gosotsu ruined a lot of things, especially Sadako.
As a character
There was a time I felt sorry for her.
Yeah,
there
exactly.
Was a time.
Because you start off and she just kind of feels like a generic tsundere trope, which I'm not big on. But Tatori, or curse killing, you learn more of her and you can kind of sympathize more. And some people can relate with what she'd been through. And that's how I felt.
Yeah.
And then Gosotsu ruins that, and I don't like her. Yeah. Keiichi, we talked about the spectrum. I relate there with that as well. Hanyu, I don't know. I don't count her.
Hanyu, I feel like a goat sometimes.
Hanya, she just exists.
But does she? She just disappears into the background.
And then lastly, Mion, the feelings of expectation placed on you and having to try and live up to those expectations.
Yeah.
While still trying to be your own person and have fun with life. Yeah. That's important to me.
I do genuinely wonder. Sorry, we're going on another tangent.
You're good.
I do genuinely wonder what Mion wanted to do before, like, getting stuck as being the head of the family.
Right.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
Because obviously she got, like, they swapped places that one time and now they're unswappable. And never admitted to it, which I think is really funny.
I don't.
I do want to know what, like, because at some point Oreo's gonna find out, and after all the years that she spent training Mion to then be like, you fucking what? You're not even. You kids understand? Oh my fucking god! How do I teach these kids?
Rips off the tattoo like in SpongeBob.
Starts gluing it to Shield. You've got so much to learn. Oh my god.
I'm trying to remember because I think in Watanagashi that Keiichi like jokingly imagines what Mion would have wanted to do. But I don't think Mion ever says it herself. I think Keiichi describes it as she maybe wanted to go around the world and explore, as that would be very fitting for her.
That's fair. I kind of imagined that she'd go somewhere down the games route, considering, like, how much of a fanatic it is. Though I suppose that could also just be, like, a hobby kind of thing.
Right.
I'm gonna travel the world and become the ultimate game master!
It's not Captain N and the Game Masters, it's Captain M.
Captain M and the Game Masters.
That's the new crossover.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's get this going, boy.
We have a channel point redemption for Nipa. You can do it as well if you want to. You don't have to.
I am obliged by the rules of Twitch.
The rules. Yes.
The rules.
I'll start, I guess. Nipa. Everyone's done it. You have to now, too.
Yeah. I've got to remember my Rika voice, because it's been a little while since I did it. I've got to say, I do love doing the Rika voice when I do them in the retrospective. She's the most fun to, just to do shit. I legitimately love the, Tom, I hate it! Why is it divided so fun? It's so stupid! My god! You want to check it out? Nipa! There we go.
Hell yeah.
That helped get it in.
I still hate that I missed Hunters. It happened because, like, Discord fucked up the call. Apparently everyone else could hear it, but I couldn't.
Well, maybe you should watch your own streams back.
I don't like hearing myself talk.
That is completely fair. Someone's got to do a compilation of all the Nipas, actually.
Ooh, that would be fun, because I think we are still going to do the video of everyone's what Higurashi means to you.
Ballin'.
But I think the Nipa should be a thing, too.
Oh, hell yeah. Who had the best Nipa? Vote in the comments below. We can include that as part of the video too.
We have 2 more questions about the retrospective, and then we're done with that segment.
Holy shit!
We might have 4 hours left now.
Oh.
So I noticed, and I like this a lot about the retrospectives, is kind of connecting Higurashi to other series that we enjoy. So like Atonement was the most explicit for you because you had a bit more sci-fi to it, so you could connect it with like Doctor Who.
Yeah.
For me, it's, and I mentioned this when discussing the opening conversation on stream once, is I connected a lot with like horror movies, mainly like slashers, and I tied in with Scream a lot, with how meta it can get, and feeling kind of neo slasher era. I know you haven't watched Scream yet, is what I've heard from you.
Yeah. I'm not a horror aficionado.
I think you'd like Scream at
The wrong
least.
word. Scream's the one with Ghostface, isn't it?
Yes. It is very, as someone that likes film like yourself, it's very commentative on horror.
That's the one where it starts and she's like, no, he's like, do you like scary movies?
Yeah. It is that one.
Yeah. Right. I know what it is! Hooray! What's up?
God damn it.
What's up? What's up?
But for me especially, that Spirited Away feels very like 80s slasher movie to me, and that's kind of what pulled me in, I think.
Now that you say it, I can see it, yeah.
You have like it has that summer 80s feel, which is ironic. Because it takes place in the 80s in the summer.
Well, isn't that ironic? And there is a body of water there.
There is a body of water.
There is a body of water.
And it has like that kind of campfire story legend too, with the curse.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Now we're going to have Friday the 13th crossover with Higurashi. God damn it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
We've had school days. We can get anything.
That is probably the one downside of those things, of like the crossover card game thing, is that just like it's a lot of stuff that I just haven't watched, apart from Haruhi Suzumiya.
Some of it just doesn't make sense either, with the timeline.
Yeah. Does any of it make sense with the timeline? Haruhi
course
Suzumiya
not.
is like 2003, if I remember correctly.
I think school days is too. I don't think they have a year, but they have flip phones.
They have what? Sorry.
They have flip phones in school days.
Oh, flip phones. I thought you said foot films, and I'm like,
No, my bad.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, you don't know
Is this
about the
going
flip phones?
somewhere? What the fuck?
Um,
Don't bring those people in here.
yeah, there's also the PUBG collab, which is completely random.
The PUBG one is fucking hilarious. I did that first. I did the fucking PUBG thing first, alright? Where's my royalties?
That you did. And that actually is the next question.
Oh god.
Is with the insane accuracy of your predictions, what is the next Higurashi thing to happen? Other than the Rena spinoff, because I hope that happens and that feels too real.
I hope that happens too. I really hope Rena gets just her own slice of life spin-off, where like you can still have her be creepy every so often, but
like a
but
quirky
just-
creepy.
Yeah, like a quirky creepy, like someone borrows a pen and then they don't return it, and she's like, "You've got my pen. I want it back. Give me my pen back." And then just that would be what I want. What I want is Rena to appear in Community.
He's spoken it. It's gonna happen.
Oh, please, please! Whoever has gifted me this stupid ability, Give it to me.
It's that superpower of autism that the predators are after.
I can't even explain it because most of the stuff is just dumb. Like, they are legitimately just dumb jokes. Dumb jokes are just sideways references that end up coming true. I still can't fucking believe that the fucking oh my god, is Sadako secretly a Super Saiyan? Yes! Apparently she is! And Rika is Super Saiyan Blue! Fucking okay!
I think the most random one is the PUBG thing. That's so specific, and it happened.
Yeah. Well, what else? What else is there? Because there's a couple others, but I just genuinely.
You wanted
so baffling. Man.
You wanted a Funimation dub, and then it happened. Kinda.
Yeah, I got the voice actor wrong, but I do think they cast brilliantly for the Funimation dub. Great, like that whole cast is great.
Mm-hmm.
Not a bad thing to say about them. Funimation, you should be watching.
JK.
You can't anymore though.
I pirate everything. Haha. With that,
support the official release, man.
If it wasn't, if they didn't stop removing it from streaming services, as well as
no, like that's the caveat is that like support the official release does have like a really tiny asterisk and some small text where it says support the official release if it's readily available in your country.
Yeah.
If you can do it legally, then do it. If not, then it's open season.
That, and I'm dumb and I missed out on the complete first 3 seasons being like $20 on Amazon. But I bought it for another streamer, so they got it on that deal. But not myself, because I'd already watched it.
That's your own fault.
That
You're
is my
trying
own
to get
fault.
in with that streamer by like, hey, I'll give you Higurashi. And
I'm trying to Higu pill her. She's still got to watch it. Just like I'm trying to school days pill everyone. Everyone else is gonna get the Higu pill.
Take the Higu pill.
I'm just picturing now. For me, it's the red pill or the blue pill. It's either you get school days or you get Higurashi.
You can't have both. Pick one.
I will accept both.
Oh my god.
But now for the abridged questions.
Hey!
What was it like to be asked to audition for the Shit Lord?
Bloody terrifying. Not really. So like as with any situation, when I get a message through either like the Facebook or Twitter page, I immediately stare at the notification and then have to psych myself up for half an hour before I open it.
I feel that too.
I am terrible with stuff like that, mate. I mean, it was completely out of the blue. It was the last week of 2020, and I got a message from our wonderful ultra director himself, Kingside Castle, Drew, the one and only. Just being a really nice guy and being like, oh hey, I've seen the retrospectives. We're putting together in the Bridge series. Would you like to audition for it? And like I've been a fan of a Bridge series for a very long time. I started with Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series. I got into Dragon Ball Z Abridged. I've watched like the odd one every so often. I even saw Falero's one shot, and absolutely loved that. So to be asked to play Keiichi, it was really humbling, honestly. And I said, like, yeah, sure, I'll do an audition. If you like it, that's fantastic. If not, then no hard feelings. So they gave me like 6 lines or something, some of which were from the actual episode, like the Famicom line.
Yeah.
There was a deleted scene line in there, and as well as a couple from the Falero one shot, like when like after Keiichi's been Renner and Mion, he says like I get the distinct impression I just murdered my two friends. And I always liked that line, so it was so I kind of had the idea of sort of what they wanted. I even asked if it was like, is there any particular way you want me to do this? And if I remember correctly, they were very, or at least he was very much like, just do what you want for it. And I don't know if it's big-headed, but it was like I just thought, well, if he knows me from the retrospectives, he probably knows the one or two skits that I've done as Keiichi, which at that point had been the is that why you did it? Is that why you're the bad guy? Hello? When like Shion hangs up on him.
Yeah.
As well as the slightly extended one where he's cursing everyone when they don't do what he wants or whatever. So I was like, I guess I could do a version of that and tweak it ever so slightly. So yeah, I did that. I don't think it's like exactly how the voices now, like, get to that in a little bit. But they were happy enough with it to be like, yeah, sure, come on in. So I went on in, and yeah, I've been a lurker ever since, because I don't do well with interactions. I should I fully admit that I should like be in the chat a lot more than I actually am in the Discord server, but time difference and availability and all that other stuff has like prevented me. Like when the first episode was actually finished, there was like plans for all of us to come together and do a watch party, and I was all for it. I made sure to book like 2 days off of work, like I've done for this, so that even if it was like, because I was under the impression that it was gonna start at like 1 or 2 in the morning, and I was like, oh well, I'm sure I'll stay up like longer than that afterwards and talk to people, get to know them a bit better. But very much like how we've had trouble figuring out the time differential, it would they wouldn't have started watching it till about 4 in the morning, and I'd actually had and I'd actually been awake pretty early that day, completely by accident, like very early that day. So I was absolutely shattered even by like 2 o'clock, and I'm usually very much like a night owl. I usually go to bed at like 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
But I just couldn't. I was far too exhausted, so I was like, look guys, like, needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. I'm gonna check out. I'm sure it's great. I'll catch it when it goes live. And they seemed to like understand and appreciate it. They're very forgiving, which is wonderful, very comforting. So yeah, I didn't actually get to see it until it went live like a week later, which is fine. I got to stick it on the big TV downstairs. It was fantastic. And yeah, it's just been it's just been a really fun, interesting, and different experience, because I haven't done a lot of acting since I left university, because of a number of reasons. One of which being excruciating lack of self-confidence. So to me, this was very much like baby steps to try and get that confidence back. And
right,
you know, like, we're 3 years in now, 2-3 years in now, and I do feel like I'm getting there, but I don't think I'm fully at a level where I'm confident with myself. Because, and I fully admit this is just my opinion. If you look at like the main, like the 5 main characters, I think like everyone's been cast superbly. Like they just sound like their characters. The characters have come to life. I don't think my Keiichi voice fits Keiichi. But I would also say Keiichi is a very difficult character to voice because I don't necessarily... I can't really decide in my head what Keiichi should sound like. And I don't think any of the other voices sound right to me. There's always something off about them, and I can't put my finger on it.
That's actually what the topic of my next question was, is the difficulty...
Well then, here we go.
Is the difficulty of voicing...
Apollo has given me a vision!
The difficulty of voicing younger males.
Yeah.
Because there's always a tendency, and I'm guilty of it as well. Everything sounds extremely like nasally or sonic-y is what they end up being.
Yeah, that's the big problem because like as I mentioned before, I'm doing Satoshi on a Corpse Party. While it's intentionally meant to be like a sly reference to Satoshi in the dub, it does very gradually turn into just whoa, huh? Hey, Sonic the Hedgehog kind of voice, and that's not really what I'm going for.
Right.
Funnily enough, Drew did get me to voice Sonic the Hedgehog for one of his videos. So, you know, it worked in some respect. But, yeah, for, like... So the way that I do the Keiichi voice, it is very nasally. I don't know if anyone else does this, but I use trigger words to get into certain characters.
I do that for
Keiichi,
my Oishi.
that's just it. And it does work because it just sort of like warms the voice up a little bit in a weird way, and it gets you in the right headspace. So, and funny enough for Keiichi, it's literally just going, "My name is Keiichi Maibara, and now I'm here. So long as I don't go back to my normal voice, I can do this for probably as long as I want to. Maybe. Let's see how long I can do this. This should be a funny experiment."
That will be interesting. I was going to try and do my Oishi one, but I don't know.
Maibara!
Maibara-san.
Maibara. Oh, that's very good. I like that. See, I can't do... Like for Oishi, when I did him in the retrospectives, it was just typical cop, kind of gravelly, kind of I don't fucking know, why am I even a cop?
I think it helps that I've always had like a deeper voice.
Yeah.
For me being only 23 and being told I sound middle-aged all the goddamn time. It's like, goddamn it, I've typecast myself accidentally into being older males.
No.
So now I'm Rena's dad,
and mate, typecasting at least guarantees you a role.
That it does. I can fit the dad role pretty well.
Hooray!
Yeah, having like those trigger words, like for me, I try and emanate as much of the Japanese Oishi as I could when I did time wasting. Yeah. So I'd trying to remember how he says Maibara-san.
Maibara.
And kind of go off that.
See, when I think of Japanese Oishi, all I can hear is that one bit in, I think it's again Cat Deceiving, when he's gone crazy and he's whacking Rika with the bat and he's just going, Shelby! 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 And
I've solved the mystery.
Sorry, who's Shelby?
Maybe Shelby's the one who solves the mystery.
It was Shelby all along.
Are there any like fun stories from the abridged that you'd want to share?
Uh, Well, I record a lot of myself. I generally record myself like isolated, again because of time difference. And when I usually record, it's like lunchtime here-ish. So goodness only knows when people would be available to do stuff. Not that I want to be opposed to being directed, but I've been given a lot of leeway in how to say a line, which is nice. But when we've done episode 3 just now, I say just now, it was a couple of months ago for me. Can did give back some like specific lines that she wanted to say in a specific way.
Yeah.
And I really appreciated that because it's what they want. So I'll do my best to try and achieve it. There's so I was told that a line that I improvised for this 3rd episode is gonna make it into episode 3, which I hope comes true because the line takes the mick out of a band that I like. So I as Keiichi was just like, that's a load of bullshit. That band's great, or something like that. And Cam was like, I really like that. I'm gonna keep that. And I'm like, please keep that because I really like it. Trying to think of stories, honestly. There was the bit that Drew kind of alluded to in his interview where we had to improvise. Like myself and Axo, who is Sadako, had to improvise our little squabbling match as it goes off screen in what's now a deleted scene. I don't know if they're gonna release it or not. I hope they do because I really liked it. And as a part of that, I tried to allude to like a bunch of stuff that was happening in Go Sotsu because I recorded those lines in November of 2021 when I first had COVID, actually. So actually, yeah. In all of episode 2, I've got COVID. Keiichi is extremely ill. And I made references to the fact of something like, if you keep this up, you're gonna end up in jail at some point or something like that. At least I think I did. I feel like I did. I can't remember. This is years ago now, man. But I did also I threw in a couple of memes as well because there's that one that ended up on the channel where I go, "This is why mom doesn't fucking love you." I think I also did the whole, you're gonna look at me and tell me that I'm wrong? Am I wrong? She wore a crown and she came down in a bubble, dog! But I think I did. I genuinely can't remember. I hope I did. Because I'd like that to see the light of day. And if not, they can take the audio from this and now splice it in, because that'll be fun. Otherwise, I've as much as I am like a member of the group and have been for a while, like there is sort of like a degree of separation that I've admittedly essentially put on myself.
Right.
Which, you know, I wish I could like interact with them a lot more and do stuff. And I am trying, but it might just take a while because they are, like, as much as I've worked with them for like the last couple of years now, they are effectively still strangers. Drew's the only one I've really talked to. I've talked to Kan a couple of times. Me and Sarah, who was Mion, Shion, and Takano, like that, talked back and forth for a little bit, and then I've talked to Loki a little bit as well. Yes. He was Rika, but it's like there just hasn't been as much interaction as could have been, should have been, and that I would like.
Right.
Because because it's very hard. What with a literal ocean between me and them. So one day if we are able to meet up in person, I am greatly looking forward to just spending time with them, because they do all come across as just wonderful, lovely people, and I want to get to know them better, and I want to spend time with them.
Right.
But I'm sure we're all socially awkward, so it's gonna go down horrendously.
It's gonna be amazing if that happens.
Oh yeah, I would love to. I would love to meet them. I would love to actually meet them in person. God knows how that's gonna happen. I need a passport.
Right. With that, I say we watch the episode we selected.
Holy cow! We're finally at the episode, guys.
Yeah, the home stretch here. Now, with this episode,
Home stretch.
originally the plan was going to be watching an episode of Eye Opening, because we all know how much Michael likes Shion. But then Candace decided, you know what? Let's watch the episode where Shion pisses herself. Which was her pitch to me, and I'm like, wait, did that happen? I can't remember. And it did.
No king shaming. The king has arrived.
Welcome.
The king is here.
You missed out on all the abridged talk.
Yeah, you've literally missed me talking about I've revealed all the dirty secrets of Abridged. I've
Exposed.
removed all the skeletons from the closet.
Um.
And they're all redonkulously gay.
Oh yeah, it was so gay.
Yeah.
So good.
So gay.
But it was ironic that we both had kind of the same thoughts on what episode to watch, being the first episode of the series, as a nice way to cap things off with where everything started.
End at the beginning.
But there is a caveat. I, on my own free will, I was not influenced by him at all. I decided, you know what? I've never watched the dub in its entirety, outside of the retrospectives. And as we talked about the difficulty of voicing male characters and them sounding like Sonic, why not watch the dub?
This was entirely his idea. I didn't want to force him in any way. He legitimately was like, yeah, sure, I want to watch the dub. I said we could put on the sub. I don't mind. It's his choice. Where are you? You're that way? Yeah, you'll think you're that way. It's no,
Other
that
way.
way.
There you
go.
go.
It's his choice. It's his choice. Blame him.
I figured I've watched the first episode of the sub on stream like 4 times already. Why not spice things up a little?
So we're gonna put on the Filipino dub.
Oh god, can you... Let's watch the 4Kids dub.
Oh my god, yeah. My name is Ken!
Oh, I think they called him Casey in it.
Oh, my name is Casey Mitchell.
Casey something, I don't know. I'm Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog.
I'm Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh yeah.
So I will stream
I hear
the
the
episode.
German dub is actually good. Well, wunderbar. Because it takes.
It does quite a bit.
Yeah.
As I had alluded to earlier, there's a lot that I kind of dealt with in life that kind of pushed me out of, not pushed me out of friend groups, but kept me from like being social or open about things.
Yeah.
Because I just couldn't relate to other people's happiness or passions much. Because like, oh god, look at them enjoying having parents. And concept of family. and it's hard to kind of cope with those feelings a lot when you're alone, and sometimes keep yourself alone like I do. But as I was trying to find a bit of myself and what I kind of wanted to do, and finally being able to stream and make content like I have been, I felt that burnout from my original content.
Yeah.
And that pushed me into kind of rediscovering my past self and getting back into anime, which was something I always loved and stopped caring for a bit. And along that, I found Higurashi. And the more I watched it, the more I felt a lot of related feelings and being able to express them through the series and the characters. Satoko is the one that felt very personal to me as someone that was abused quite a bit when I was younger.
Take a moment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, mate. Take as much time as you need. Only say what you want to say.
And having, like, Shion, who I mentioned was someone that also related with those family issues. Rika's feeling of hopelessness, but there's still being that small bit of hope that you mentioned as well. Rena's one that, while I mentioned the family issues, there's also the self-harm allegories, which were something I dealt with along with attempts. It's a lot.
Yeah.
And then finding Higurashi and being able to relate with those feelings helped me kind of be able to open up more and express those. And through that, I found your channel, as I wanted to see if people shared some of the same feelings I had about that series. And I didn't think that I'd be making content on a visual novel or this weird, quirky anime that's horror, but also not sometimes. But it's done a lot for me, and I thank you for making the retrospectives, because I don't know. I don't know where I'd be. I wouldn't have the friendships and conversations that I've been able to have and build with everyone here. Everyone that I've talked to and gotten to make this ramshackled, put together event with. Being able to share why we like the series has been important to me. Because we all have our different reasons. But yeah, it really is the friends we made along the way, which is kind of why I came up with the idea to have the event and share something with a fandom and community that doesn't really have much to share with and interact with each other. So yeah, that's my answer.
Look at us. Couple of sad boys.
It was the funny boys, and now it's oh god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry to end this on such a low note, guys. But I think if any of this just like speaks about Higurashi, is that there is always, in any situation, there is always a sliver of hope. And if Rika can survive 100 years being put through literal hell and then come out the other side with her friends, smiling, then you can too. Because there is always someone who will help you. There's always someone who will miss you. There's always someone who wants to be with you. So if you're ever feeling down, and we all feel down from time to time, know that you're not alone. And that while it may take some time, things can get better.
That is a beautiful way to put that. And cap off.
Ramen!
And cap off this event.
Oh boy! Now that it's done. Now that we're done. Now that it's July 1st over here. How do you feel? How do you feel now that the month's over?
There is a great pressure that I put on myself that has been lifted.
Yeah, tell me about it.
And there's lots of things to improve for next year and future years, as I want it to be a bit more collaborative rather than just, oh my god, I gotta do everything.
Oh, excuse me. I mean, like, look for what it's been, for a first attempt. I think as someone who has, I've only been able to watch one of the streams partly live, that being Drew's. Hi, Drew. I have caught up with the other interviews. I've listened to everyone else, and I genuinely think that this is the beginning of something really good. And everyone here, everyone who watches the catch up, we are all here because of you, mate. And I think, and on behalf of everyone in chat, the people who will watch us on catch up, everyone who's been here, thank you.
I'm gonna cry again.
And the best way to thank this boy is by subbing and following and putting in a cheeky knee paw in the fucking.
God, David, don't make me knee paw right now.
But no, this has been. There you go.
God damn it.
That's how we end it. That's the last one. That's what we'll do.
Hell yeah.
I guess before we do the Nipa, did you have any questions for me?
Well, my question was, how do you think the month's gone?
Oh, okay.
I genuinely think this has gone really well. I think, as with everything, the first one is always going to be the most naff conditional clause. Don't treat yourself too bad about it. I mean, hell, look at the first fucking retrospective. I'm gonna George Lucas that shit so fucking hard. All we can do is learn from our mistakes and like you said, make this more of a collaborative thing. Next year, look. Compared to, because when did you first have the idea? Like back in like January, February time. You've now got a whole year. You've got a whole year for things to happen. I'll tell you what. Okay, here's an idea for next year. There's that game where all the characters fight each other.
Yeah, the Daybreak one or
that
whatever.
Would be that would be a really fun thing to do if you could get like a couple of people to get the game and get it working. That could be a really fun Fighto stream. Daybreak, there we are, yeah. And there's an idea for you. You can have that for free. But yeah, if anything, take I don't know what your stream schedule is for like the next week and a bit, but like just take some time, man. like it's well deserved time to take a break. Take it from the person. Take it from the person who's on hiatus right now. Take a fucking break. I want to play as Hanyu because she makes a JoJo reference. That's more than enough of a reason. Yeah. But yeah, be proud of yourself, man.
I will try.
I know it's hard. I realize the sheer hypocrisy of me being like, look after yourself, don't be hard on yourself. Yeah, like look after yourself, man.
Thank you. Anyone in chat have
Everyone in the
questions for?
Yeah, anyone in the chat. Let's get anyone in the chat got any questions for either me or this wonderful slice of human? The other way, sorry. See, when I'm usually here on my own, I do sort of like gesture over to this wall more often than not. So it's yeah.
I used to have it where it was me facing the other person in the interview. I don't know what I did that changed it.
We'll fix it in the edit. If there is an edit.
I have downloaded everyone's VODs. I do plan to upload those sometime.
Well, good luck uploading this, mate. Michael, have you ever thought of doing streaming? Honestly, yes. A couple of times, but I don't know what to do. I think if the way that I used to and still do vlogs or anything that go by, I'm not good in a off-the-cuff improvisational manner. I think I need someone to bounce off of. I have had a couple of ideas on what I would do. If I did do a stream, I would play through all of Hitman again. I would use it as an excuse to get a PS5 and play through games on the PS4 and then their sequels that are either already out or coming out. Who wants a Lego building stream?
That's a thing. You can do
Let's
them.
do that. That could be fun and just chat shit.
I thought about because I saw on for ideas for future years, someone made a mock-up design of like a Rena in Lego form.
I think we've got like a Lego tab in our what's it called? The Discord group, and I think that was posted in there the other day or the other week. I don't know. Space is warped and time is linear or whatever. Bendable. That's the word. I'm awake.
We try.
I hope. Yeah. I mean, if I did live stream, I don't think I would do Twitch. I might stick to YouTube just because the thing's there. Yeah, wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff. Humany woomany. Any more for any more?
Any other questions for me or him before we do the
more for
Nipa?
anyone?
Oh, that's another thing. Streaming the VN has helped me like keep talking. Because like Pokemon, I'd just be there and I'd be so bored and disinterested, and it's hard to keep talking. And as a streamer, you have to keep talking.
Yeah.
So
I'd need all kinds of just drinks lined up.
Yeah, reading the VNs helped me with like that. And even whenever I do start playing actual games, like I plan to next with this series I'm basing off of Major. I can now actually feel confident enough to keep like talking.
Oh, it's fantastic, mate.
So
well,
thanks.
I hope that goes well.
I do too.
I hope I can catch it. You're so fucking wholesome. You're so fucking wholesome.
Yeah.
Wholesome. I speak words.
Wholesome person.
It's the Keanu Reeves thing, isn't it? You're amazing.
Thank you, random citizen.
Oh boy,
Um,
boy.
So with
Tell you
that,
what is next for the YandereTotodile? What's the his-apps?
next month, or yeah, next month, because it's not the June, or it's not the July yet. I mean,
It is not the July.
I will be playing MLB The Show as different characters from Major, since that has kind of been big for me in my fandomness.
Oh.
And Higurashi is going to be moving back to Wednesdays like it usually was.
Wednesday Higurashis.
I still got to finish White Album 2 and Clan Ad eventually, however I want to do those. So yeah, that's kind of the big plans.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Yay. Meanwhile, I'm going to go back to retirement.
Right. The hiatus continues.
Hooray! Hiatus continues. As soon as I've figured out what the bloody hell I'm actually doing with life. No confirmation, no promises of a season 2 of the retrospectives. I know people want it. I know some people need it. As I said before, I'm still on that.
Troll them
phase
and
of,
give them Kira.
You know what? You know what? That would be a good April Fool's. That would be a good April Fool's.
Huh? Did it cut out? Oh no. I think we lost him. Oh no. Oh god.
I need to me, or am I just saying "oh no" repeatedly for no reason?
Oh
no.
We lost you for a second.
Oh.
Now you're
Just
back.
for a second.
We're good now.
Hooray! And now we're going. Bye, everyone. I got the long green.
So with that, do we Nipa and find where we raid out to?
That's true. That's true. We should Nipapa.
We do got to do the Nipa again.
Yep. But remember, I've got to do my. I need to do my warm up before I used to get into Rika.
That you do.
That I do. Shall I? Do you want to go first, or shall I go first?
I'll go first for tradition.
No work for tradition.
Nipa.
Golfers clap. Very good, very good, very good for par.
Clap, clap, clap. Round
Now
of
again.
applause.
Clap, clap, clap. Round of applause. Right, the Rika voice. It's dumb. I hate it. Why does everyone find this stuff fun? It's so stupid. My God. You want to check it out? Nipa.
Beautiful.
I think my first one was better. Oh, and it's a little Rika.
That is one of my emotes. I have that and it's the cartoon Shiona instead of a heart. I gotta redo my
Clip that
emotes.
shit. Clip the original one. The first one I did was better.
So with that, we're gonna find our raid target for this stream. Thank you everyone
Thank
for
you,
coming
everyone. Sorry, that's your thing. Thank you.
Oh,
everyone
you're
for
good. Thank you everyone that especially has been here almost this whole time. This whole almost 6 hours.
the whole 2 people who have done it.
There was actually quite a few lurkers the whole time, just listening. That didn't say
That's fair.
anything.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm premium lurker, man. What? Fuck, I need to go to bed.
You know what? Let's raid Kaho again. She is great. She's hilarious.
Oh hoo.
She's done cosplay of Higurashi before. She's done a really good Shion one, of course.
Oh wow. Of course. Well, that's all that matters. I really wish I'd dressed up as Keiichi, but I would have had to have shaved.
Yeah, I regret not, because
Maybe.
the cooking
Maybe
stream I was originally going to do Tomatake. I was like, oh god.
Oh.
I'm
That
spending.
would have been cool.
I was like, I'm spending way too much on this cooking stream already. I'm not gonna buy a whole outfit for Tomatake. But Shion, especially, whenever I get my follower goal, that's gonna be the big money spender.
That's the one we're gonna look out for.
But yeah, thank you guys all again for coming in. Hope to see you the next time I'm streaming. Thank you, Michael, for coming on. Thank you, everyone I've interviewed as well.
More than welcome and happy to be here.
Hell yeah.
And I hope you all have had the wonderfulest, gayest month. Kiss someone. And wear protection.
As you should.
I was wearing my armor.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody. Bye, Dr. Nick.
Bye. Have a wonderful time.
Bye, have a wonderful time.